believe. And while I read through the opening, I guess if you can get the list there.
Okay, I'm not sure if your Zoom mic is on or not. I think it is.
No, I turned my mic off.
Oh, no, but I mean, you want to talk to your
Yep,
group now,
yep.
right? Okay, very good.
All right. Kurt, so are you ready?
All set.
All right. Good evening. My name is Dave Cronin, city engineer, and I'm here with city staff members Dustin Smith and Josephine Gonzalez. And so we will work alongside Pat Collette, the chair of the MMTC, and then work with Adam Weigel for the PTAC joint study session that we're going to have here today. And this meeting is being recorded and broadcast live on the city's YouTube channel and public access cable channel 25. During the meeting, when you're not participating, please mute yourself by clicking on the microphone icon found on the lower left-hand side of the Zoom menu next to the video icon. When you are muted, a red line will appear over the icon. When muting your microphone during the meeting, it will make it easier for everyone to hear. You'll just have to remember to unmute if and when you want to speak. In some cases, we may mute or unmute people as needed to minimize distractions during the meeting. Please remember to state your name and title for the benefit of those listening remotely. You can turn your video on and off by clicking on the video icon on the menu. For the purposes of this public meeting, please keep your video on when you are participating in the meeting. When you are not participating, it is okay to turn your video off. Just remember to turn your video back on when you are participating. If you're participating by phone, you can click *6 to unmute your phone. For those using Zoom, somewhere on your screen you will see a choice to toggle between speaker and gallery view. Speaker view shows the active speaker. Gallery view tiles all the meeting participants. When you are called on for public comment, please unmute your listening device and state your name before speaking. At the end, the chair will call for in-person public comment. For those who are physically present, staff will direct them to the podium to speak while following social distancing and safety protocols. All motions will need to be stated clearly. After a motion is made and seconded, staff will call on each member individually to provide their vote. Staff will then need to announce whether the motion carried in the count of the vote. And so that will pertain to our regular meeting, but for our study session tonight, we'll not have any motions, but we will start off by doing some roll call. So we will start by going through the MMTC roll call and then do the PTAC roll call. So I believe Josephine, if you're ready, she'll go through for roll call.
Okay. Steve Evans,
Here.
Harold Bowen, Nick
Kuzmiak?
Here.
Thomas Allen,
Here.
Aaron Payton,
Here.
Patricia Collett,
Here.
Charlie Bryan, Gregory Chitlow, Critchlow, Dave Cronin,
Yep, I'm here.
Lauren Freeman.
Yep, she's no longer
Okay,
on the
that's
board.
what I-
So I think you got everyone. Charlie, did we get you? Charlie, are you present? Not sure we heard you. But I see you. I see your lips moving, but we can't hear you.
Where is he?
So we'll take you as present, and we'll keep moving on to the PTAC roll call. I think, Adam, are you going through that?
Sure. Adam Weigel, Transit and Parking Manager. Lance Fay. Max Schieber. Mike Wazakowski.
Here.
Nick Kuzmiak again.
Still here.
Alan Ackland.
All right. Thanks, Adam. I guess I'll go ahead and turn it over to the chair, Pat Collette of the MMTC, just to introduce this study session item and then get going.
Thanks, Dave. This is Pat Collette of MMTC Chair, and tonight we're doing the joint study session with PTAC to take a look at.
Peter dictates to his computer. Okay.
To look at the designs for the multimodal transfer facilities at both locations, with the downtown transfer center and the multimodal transfer center. So we're happy to have the opportunity to spend this time with PTAC and others to take a look at these designs and to provide input. So I should turn that over to Adam next,
Yep, take
Yeah.
it away, Adam.
or Michael, would you like to say a few words as we kick off?
Yes, I would. I'm Mike Wazakowski, the chair of PTAC. Thank you, everyone, for attending today. Mainly, I want to spend some time just framing what we're doing in this study session. In particular, I have some expertise in that I trained as an Army analyst with an agency that specializes in assessing alternatives and figuring out how to spend a limited pile of money. So I wanted to give everyone some food for thought on what you should be thinking about while you are making comments, reviewing our plans, and making suggestions for the future. We need to focus on the most distinguishing features between the many options. We all know that there's a lot of things that are similar between all of these, and hitting on those is not really going to be relevant for us as we're trying to distinguish between what makes one option better than another. So I want you to use your personal experience, your perspective of the world to think of what those features might be. And I want you to ask city staff questions that help you elicit those features so that we know what we're looking at. In particular, if something is quantifiable, like say the number of parking spaces we're losing, let's think about what are a minimum acceptable number of parking spots that you're willing to lose and what would be the goal of what you would ideally want to lose. And then remember that when we're in our upcoming committee meetings in July, we will actually do the business of prioritizing those features, ranking all the different options, and finally voting on what do we want to recommend the city commission choose when they hold a meeting. I don't have the exact date, but near the end of July, I would expect. And that's all I have. Thank you very much.
All right, thank you for that, Mike. This is Adam Weigel, Transit and Parking Manager. Just briefly, yeah, thank you all for getting together, having a joint session for the first time. I think we expect some good discussion here. This has been a project a long time coming, been operating out of a temporary location for close to 8 years now. So we're excited to move towards something more permanent and are excited about you all giving us some feedback on the first concept iterations that we have, and certainly expect your feedback and others to influence how those concepts might shift as we move towards July and look towards a final recommendation from you all. So with that, I'll introduce Tony Kellen from Wendell, who's our consultant that came on board early this spring to help us with design throughout this year. And he and his team can help walk us through the materials that you all have and hopefully leave plenty of time for discussion and questions. So with that, Tony, I'll let you take it away.
Okay, thanks, Adam. Do we have a PowerPoint that we're going to be putting up for this presentation as well?
I'm happy to screen share if that makes it easier.
Yes, and Scott Neal, our architect on the project, was also on the call, but he's not hearing any audio. So unless
I got it to finally work here, so.
Okay, Scott's our principal architect on the project and was also with us in Lawrence during that 4 days when we started our project design. So I guess with that, let's jump right into the presentation, Adam. Okay, we'll go to the second slide. Adam wanted to give a little bit of background for where this project has been prior to Wendell coming on site here in 2021. So maybe you want to just run through that real quick, Adam.
Sure, just briefly to, this is Adam Weigel, Transit and Parking Manager, just to characterize for the group kind of where we came from, a couple of studies in 2014 and 2018 that certainly got us as a community already thinking about what elements we would want and need in transit transfer facilities and where those might be located. And then more recently, just wanted to offer the variety of things we've tried to do as much as possible to reach out to the community, to downtown businesses, and kind of lay the groundwork for there being plenty of discussion about this before we get to making a decision with City Commission.
Okay. You notice on that prior slide, we have a process called immersion, and we were there Monday the 19th through the 22nd. We had 8 stakeholder meetings, in addition to, I think, 3 client meetings with the city and KU, and 2 public meetings as well over those 3 days. So we had a busy week, collected a lot of input and a lot of comments from folks about what was important to them. It's a very important part of the process. And we have kind of gelled that down on the next screen. It's really the kind of the highlights that rose to the top that were the most heard comments. And that's really in regard to the Bob Billings site, the traffic flow on Bob Billings and Crestline with events and just, you know, the state of affairs over there. Pedestrian movements on and off the site, and within that site, it's quite a large project area, excuse me. Also, there's some facilities, some buildings on that site that we took a look at how they interact with and may, you know, work or not work with the site. Heard a lot of things from the passengers and the bus drivers about passenger amenities, Wi-Fi, charging stations for phones, wheelchairs, having water fountains, bike facilities, being screened from the elements. A lot of things that aren't present today in the temporary situation across from the library. For bus operators, really important for them to have amenities. Just the basics really is what we're looking at in the downtown a bit more, you know, place for, you know, nice restrooms, food items, places to take a break, that type of thing. Some, you know, maintenance folks gave input on, you know, having a place to store some of those very low quantity things that can be fixed right on site that doesn't take a bus out of service. A big focus on sustainable site and building elements, looking at solar, looking at the natural environment out there with bioswales and how we handle water on site and so forth. And then wanting to, you know, listen to the neighborhood, the concerns with how can we design this so that it's the least impact on the neighborhood as far as light, noise, littering, all those types of things. And then taking into consideration the connectivity with the university, with the shuttles, with Greyhound, ride sharing and other multimodal options that would happen in the future. So we had a lot of comments. We took comments live from people on a whiteboard. And so there will be a report that has all those attached for reading. But these are kind of the ones that rose to the top. Downtown, of course, we heard a lot about parking loss and the type of parking that we're replacing or going to be replaced short-term, long-term. Having a safe, welcoming space for downtown that serves not only the downtown, but also the passengers as well. Having some basic amenities, primarily for the operator at this point, restrooms, having seating, information areas, bike facilities, and basic protection from the weather. And then doing our project in such a way where, you know, when we're looking at parking lots and being adjacent to that we have the ability, or the city has the ability, if they want to do a multi-story development at some point in the future, that those two can work together in tandem. We heard a lot about the farmers market as well over on, I want to say Massachusetts, not Massachusetts, New Hampshire. I almost have the city down. So we can go to the next slide unless there's any questions or comment on that. We can just keep flowing through here. Our mission was to come up with 3 options for the intermodal, the multimodal as well as downtown. So with a limited time here, we'll just run through these. The basic program was 10 bus slots for the bus system, 2 for the intercity and Greyhound. So a total of 12 bus slots. We settled on what would be referred to as a sawtooth configuration. And the main feature of that is that buses can come and go from any slot at any time without, with complete autonomy. Having basically a canopy area that covers the elements again for folks, and a multimodal facility, taking a look at what we all wanted to have happening in there. There was a consideration for up to 5,000 square feet. We think a right size facility to begin with is 4,000 square feet. So that's what we think you need. And we addressed the need for 15 parking spaces, a ride hail area for pickup and drop off, opportunity for bike racks, bike lockers. And so those are, the basic design requirements for the site. As far as options on number 1 here, we're using the natural lower area for a bioswale drainage area, fitting in a parking lot in between Bob Billings and the bus platform, and then putting the bus facility or the multimodal facility building in between the pad and the drainage area adjacent to the parking lot. So that was one option. We also were looking at, it's always a good practice operationally to have a second way to get off of the site. So you're going to see on all 3 of these options a long drive through the back of the property. And, as part of the feedback, we're hearing about that and maybe making some changes in that regard. As far as disadvantages, there's a close proximity between the vehicle access points, the multimodal, and the facility platform. So it's close. It's centrally located. The riders don't need to leave the platform for transfers. And we make the multimodal facility a visual focal point from that corner of Bob Billings and Crestline. So that's option 1. Option 2 is a variation. It was so smooth I couldn't even tell that it changed. Option 2 is a variation on where the multimodal facility is. One of the characteristics of this site is that it does slope considerably from that corner as you go up. So trying to find a way to find the perfect area where you have the least amount of soil removal and fill. And so that does impact all these options more than what you would think. But in this case, what we've done is we've changed the exit for the bus to be able to go out onto Bob Billings closer to that island. And we've made an entrance exit for the parking segregated from the bus operations with a long drive across the back of the property to meet up again with the opening in the road there. The idea, and both option 1 and 2, is to not have any removal needed of the facilities that are there from the campus, those 2 metal buildings. So a slight variation there. Disadvantages of this is that it's a little bit longer walk for the people using the platform. Bus drivers need to leave the platform and go a little bit farther to access their amenities, restrooms and so forth. And the multimodal facility is backing away and has less of a presence or a focal point off of Bob Billings. Advantages is, again, the bus circulation again remains separated from vehicle access. We don't like to, we know that's a good safe thing to do. You don't want to mix the 2 different size vehicles. And then we've added in this one a small acceleration lane, which we've talked with the city engineer a bit on our previous meeting last week. Same pretty the same identical design requirements. So then we go to option 3. And option 3 is a little larger platform, and we put the multimodal facility right on the center of the platform. And again, we have the parking configuration. The exiting of the buses are about the same as option 2. That way you have 2 different routes to depart the site, and you can efficiently get the fleet back into service. And if you ever have, road construction on one or the other, you have, a way to still be able to get out of the site. So pretty much the same, with the exception of what we do with the building. So Adam, time-wise, do we want to just keep moving through to the downtown, or do we want to take a stop and look at these first, or how do you want to proceed with this group?
This is Adam Weigel, Transit and Parking Manager. I'll ask Pat and Mike, do you have a preference on, just for the sake of us at least being able to show everything before comments? Do you want us to keep moving through, or would you like to comment here before we talk about downtown?
I would suggest let's go through the downtown options as well.
Okay.
I agree with that also.
Okay, thank you, Madam Chair and Michael. Okay, so going to downtown, we have 3 options downtown as well. We actually show 2 different options for Vermont between 8th and 9th. This, again, for our project requirements, we looked at 5 sawtooth bus bays. Again, the ability for a vehicle to come in or out independent of every other route. A small area in the bottom of the drawing there you can see for ride hail. Can you see my cursor on the screen? We don't need to, I just wanted to, everybody's probably muted, but so.
I cannot, at least.
Okay, thank you. I think I'll just keep speaking to the drawings and people can look. On the bottom of the drawing, you'll see there's a ride hail area. There's a bicycle parking area. We have some community green space down there. We're thinking of the connectivity between the bus platforms and the downtown Massachusetts street. We take the parking lot, we do a right in and right out only for that parking lot, and then we improve the exit at the top of the drawing. We put a cycle track behind, so as we come into the parking lot, we're displacing some of the parking for the island. We have bus shelters for each location. We have small canopy sheltering over the top of the vehicle loading and unloading area. We have a small 280 square foot driver amenity building, which is primarily restrooms, drinking fountain, that type of thing. And this option, basically creates a nice flow of the cycle traffic, behind that site and transition back out on the other side. As far as impacts, we have a loss of 18 metered spaces and 40 parking lot spaces, so net 58 loss. 17 trees come out, and a relocation of the parking lot access to the south, which I already mentioned. I see that's out of the box there a bit. The advantages, we create the community green space on the corner. We have the dedicated cycle track. We keep the parallel parking on the street. You'll see in the next option where we do a variation on that. With this, pedestrians do not have to cross the bus or traffic flow to get to and from the platform, but we do provide a mid-block, a tabletop crosswalk for those that want to cross mid-block.
And Tony,
Yes, sir.
just the, on the existing trees, those are the ones that are affected for perfect bus geometries and things.
Okay.
So it doesn't mean that right now those are affected, but it doesn't mean they wouldn't be replaced and or possibly things.
Right.
I just want to clarify that. Sometimes it get lost in translation. We just say but we are affecting 17 trees, but the hope is that maybe some of that can be mitigated and outright replaced if needed.
Right. And that was Scott Neal that was speaking. If I forgot to introduce him properly at the beginning, Scott is the project architect that is really the
Oh, you
chief.
did just fine, Tony. You're doing great.
All right. I'm trying to, there's a lot of information to present, so I'm trying to just keep moving. So disadvantages is the bus operators do have to travel quite a ways on that pad to get to an amenity, but in a limited space like that, that's really the best layout for it. We have a limited ride hail area on the bottom there. We have 4 slots for that. And we have some platform activity that's mixed with sidewalk. If we want to look at that as a disadvantage, not necessarily, but we would say that could be a disadvantage. All right, so that's 1A. I think we have a cross section next. And so basically the way this looks, you're keeping the parallel parking on the opposite side of the street. You still have your middle turn lane. You still have your southbound and northbound driving lanes. You have the bus in the Sawtooth area. And so your curb to curb is, I think this is throwing me off because I think this is not the newest width dimensions here potentially, but I mean, maybe it is. I'm sorry, I take that back. 55 feet from curb to curb on this. The notable on this is that you'll see in the next iteration that you have less space for the platform. We're at 27 feet 10 inches for that platform area, for the shelters, the circulation, the sidewalk, and so forth. And so the next variation that we're going to go to, which is 1B, is essentially the same option. And the distinguishing feature is we eliminate the center turn lane and we add diagonal parking on the other side of the street. So we end up with a loss of 39 meter spaces and 40 parking lot spaces, but we add 37 angle spaces for a net loss of 42. That's really the only difference, and a lot of the same advantages and disadvantages. If you go to the next slide, Adam, with that cross section, you could see we lose 5 feet. So we add around 5 feet to the angled street parking, and our platform goes down from 27 feet 10 to 22 feet 10 inches in the on the right hand side there. The cycle track remains at 10 feet. We have heard some feedback already that diagonal parking or angled street parking is maybe not preferred or not something that we want to start, but we wanted to show this as an option as in regard to how we could lessen the impact of the parking impacts there. Our next option goes down the street on Vermont between 10th and 11th. And now we start getting into a more constrained site in order to fit the 5 platform spots in. We have to pretty much use most of the parking lot. And I know we have an arrow that shows ride hail there for those of you that are looking, but really that's really business parking. We don't need all those spaces for ride hail, but we could have a few spots in the center there that would do that. But most of that parking would be parallel parking for businesses and access from the alley. Again, same 5 bays, same canopy, bus shelter configuration. In this iteration, the driver operator room is really convenient for a restroom break. I mean, really it is there, when the drivers are out in service, when they get back to that station, that's really the opportunity for them to get out of the seat and use a restroom and so forth. So that's an important building, but that it's a little better situated for them. The disadvantages, the impact includes the whole long-term parking lot when we down here between 10th and 11th. We have buses and cars sharing the same entries and exits. That is a disadvantage, in our opinion, safety-wise. And then passengers have to cross bus traffic to get to the drop-off ride hail, whether it's an Uber, taxi, whatever you might have. So that's our first two options, two variations on a theme between 8th and 9th, and then this one on 10th and 11th. And the other option that we looked at was on New Hampshire, right across from the farmer's market, or near the farmer's market. I don't know if it's directly across from farmer's market, but very near there. And again, because of what we had to do, there really just wasn't a good option to do this without using the whole lot again. So we have a similar customer parking in the alley, a few ride hail spots right out on the street on New Hampshire. And so we're looking at a loss of 4 metered spaces. We have 86 parking lot spaces in this lot. 14 parallel spaces are added off the alley to the back. So we have a net loss of 76 and 12 trees that are impacted. But again, as Scott said, we try to add some of that back too. There's quite a bit of an elevation change between New Hampshire and this parking lot. So in order to make the breakover angles, which essentially means when you have a long bus with a long wheelbase, in order to go up over the curb into the lot, we need to do a fair amount of grading in order to make that work and not bottom out. And so this site was a little bit difficult that way too. So that's one of the disadvantages cost-wise for this site. A lot of pedestrian crossing on the street again. We do have, let's see, advantages again. You know, the bus operator facility is right on the site, closer, access for them. Businesses do get some dedicated parking loading areas behind them there in the alley. And it does have a good proximity to Massachusetts Street, which produces a lot of activity. And there is a natural pathway between there. You can see the trees sticking up between those buildings. So that essentially is our 3 downtown options. So what is our next slide, Adam? Okay, this is just the project next steps. So as Michael mentioned, 7/13 is the anticipated city commission meeting. So we'll be working as we go forward to that. But I guess at this point, we'd like to hear your feedback on the options.
This is Adam Weigel, Transit and Parking Manager. I'm happy to flip back to whatever slide if folks want to talk about a particular concept.
This is Pat Collette, an MTC chair. Maybe it'd be helpful, I think, maybe to go back to the first set of alternatives on the transfer facility, so we can maybe talk about that site first, and then the downtown side. Does that make sense? And I had, I have some questions, but I'll start it off in terms of, when I participated in one of the stakeholder meetings, there was a lot of discussion about, the pedestrian interaction with the site, and it looks like, you paid a lot of attention to that in terms of talking about advantages and disadvantages. But I noticed in one of them, it said, I think in the third one, it said the pedestrian crosses bus at the turn, but it seemed like that's happening in all of the 3 options. Am I, could you maybe talk about the traffic flow just a little bit more, and whether that's really true at all 3 sites, or if I'm missing something different in terms of that traffic flow?
I think that what we're talking about is that it's happening during the turn. So the bus is coming around that corner there, and you tend to be, when you're doing it, when you're going straight through, it's
there.
easier to, yeah. So I think that's what we're talking about.
Okay, I thought you were talking about it, as they exit the site and as they come onto the site. That's true also with the you know, with anybody who would be on the shared use path or, okay.
Right. Yeah, so a common accident with a public transit bus with the big window corners, the blind spots, is you're making a right turn into a crosswalk on a green light, and somebody also has the crossing capability, and you just lose the person for just a second, you know, in one of those corner frames of your windshield. So it just makes it less safe when they're doing a turning movement to have people crossing at the point of a turn.
And
That's what we're-
one other thing to point out, when a facility is located on the platform, one of the building blocks is it takes more real estate because you're building the bus pattern around the building, so it's wider. But you also don't, if somebody needs to use the facility during a transfer, they're not crossing buses. If the building is not located on the island, it's more efficient because it uses less footprint. However, people so if they have to use the bathroom, if they want to go to vending, if they want to speak to someone, then they will be crossing. So you're always going to have to exit the island. It's just which is more times. And Tony's right about the turn, but all of these are clockwise circulation. So those. Well, actually, I shouldn't say that. In this option here on option 3, we have clockwise. So that is one thing that we'd want to train drivers on this. That is a right-hand turn. So we just want to make sure they're really clearing the path as they're turning.
Pat, you're muted.
The second question I had, the comment about the view of the facility on the site. Can you speak to that just a little bit in terms of the, you know, pros and cons of that, and, you know, what people would be seeing from Bob Billings, and, you know, how you see that as a disadvantage, I guess.
You want to speak to that, Scott, or would you like me to?
For which option is a disadvantage?
Well, I think I can maybe just summarize my comments that I made, and that is that we saw the multimodal facility as a focal point here between the natural environment, the bioswale, and the corner, that it could be like a signature piece. And when we looked at sticking it behind the island, behind the parking lot off of Bob Billings, then we just think you have an opportunity with that facility to do something, you know, really nice that makes a good statement both for the city and the university. And so you're less able to do that when you stick it back behind all the activity. I think that's what we were really focusing on in calling that a disadvantage.
Mm-hmm. Right.
Yeah, I would call it, you know, as aesthetically speaking, the building and the canopies are going to work together, and we have done some, I think, some decent looking canopies, and one could argue the canopies actually really just by square footage really become the more dominant thing. They're very tall. They have to be, you know, usually 14-foot clear, so they'll be a focal point. So it's not as much an aesthetic issue. It's just the position of your main asset, which is the building itself. So obviously moving it to the rear of the site, it won't be as visible, but it doesn't mean this won't look spectacular regardless of the options.
Okay, that's really what I was getting at. Is it would it be really you know, not nearly as attractive if it were placed on the platform as opposed to separate from that. So it's hard to visualize, you know, in the 3D right now for me, but yeah, great.
Right.
Thank you. Other questions? Looks like Charlie.
I hear a faint voice, but not.
Charlie, it came in earlier when you, during roll call, it came in for just a second. So it, and then but it's back to the very light volume now. I can just barely hear you. Well, let's move on to Steve and maybe see if we can.
Thank you, Pat. This is Steve Evans, Transportation Commissioner. It's essentially the first time most of it is, including myself, have seen this. So commenting is a bit challenging. I do have some kind of basic questions. One of them would be, how long do the typical users take to transfer? And that would be for both the facility out here on Bob Billings and the downtown locations. Is that like a 15-minute window, or does it vary?
It's Adam Weigel, Transit and Parking Manager. I can speak to that a little bit. Our current setup, it varies somewhat. I think some people are one bus to another depending on time of day or which routes have a little more time built into them. There are some that tend to have 15 minutes or so, where someone would have about that long before they'd be able to hop on the next bus. That's probably about the threshold. There's not too much more than that, unless you just miss your bus and then you have that 30 or 60-minute wait depending on route.
Yeah, I was just thinking in terms of where the multimodal facility and the toilets and the other amenities may be. Seems like functionally in the middle of the buses would make some sense if you're in a hurry. On the other hand, I kind of like the aesthetics part of it, of maybe it being kind of a premier landmark that you would see from Crestline and Bob Billings. Basically, the ride hail, is that like for Uber and taxis, whatever? Is that what that's intended to function for?
It can be that, but it can also be somebody dropping their student off, or somebody dropping off, a person to access the bus system for a job, that type of thing as well. So it could be multiple uses and features.
Okay, and a couple more. Who's the parking for? The 15 parking spaces?
So Adam Weigel, Transit and Parking Manager. That space is primarily for staff, but we do plan on one component of the facility out here being a small meeting space where there could be advisory committee meetings or small city public meetings, that type of thing. So some accommodation of people being able to access the site in that way. So it's not intended to be long-term parking if someone needed to, a student park there and then ride the bus all day and come back at the end. I think we've got more work to do to figure out exactly what our control looks like there if we are using personnel to monitor the lot or technology, what that could be. But it's not intended to just be like an open public parking lot.
Yeah, it's not a commuter lot by any
Correct.
means. Okay. I think at some point I want to go through, we don't have a whole lot of time left here. I want to give other people a chance, but just in terms of how the buses circulate, what direction they go, where do they come in, where do they go out, how does all that work? That's probably not an easy 2-minute discussion, but it would be interesting both in terms of, kind of 3-dimensionally in time, how does all this look and how does it work? Might be helpful to get to, some better comments down the road. So I'll stop there and I can pass the baton to Charlie if he's back on.
Do you have annotation turned on, Adam, so they could see that?
Yeah, it doesn't look like he's back on. Are there other questions?
Hi, this is August Budisell, PTAC member. I had one because I prefer option 2 or 3. I'm concerned about the timing of Iowa and Bob Billings since it is a federal highway. I know the traffic lights do give preference to the north-southbound traffic. And so option one looks like it would be heavily influenced by that intersection. And so I just want to know if there was any look into the timing of those lights, which would affect buses exiting onto eastbound Bob Billings.
Right. I think what I can say is that, you know, we've had considerable amount of discussion. That's a, you know, a good point that you bring up on, you know, ingress and egress of the site. And I think if we go to option 2, we are looking at an option here that Scott, maybe you can draw for me since I can't, or whoever was drawing on there. We're looking at an option. We're looking at potentially sliding this multimodal facility up into this area here. And so we don't have this, we don't have buses like you're talking about in 3 over closer to Iowa. And so we did have some discussion with the KU City Advisory Committee when we looked at that. So that's something that's being considered. I think it's fair to say that that's a good observation on your part.
Okay, thank you.
Nick Kuzmiak, MMTC. I had a whole bunch of questions. I can try to run through them very quickly, but I know I would bet a lot of people probably have some interesting comments on this. So I'll try to keep it brief and to the point, but we'll see what happens. So Pat, cut me off if I'm running too long here.
Right, Nick, just real quickly, this is Pat Klett, MTC chair, and we did talk about the possibility of extending this session just a little bit if you know, if we really need that extra time. So when we get closer to 6 o'clock, we can, you know, call for everyone's agreement or not, extending it for another 15 minutes or so. So that give us just a little bit more time if we need it.
Nick Kuzmiak, MMTC. Sounds good. Thanks. All right, here we go. So for the bioswale, I'm assuming that this is basically serving the function that a detention pond or a retention pond would generally do. I guess I'd be kind of curious if you're envisioning something more like a constructed wetland or more like a rain garden. But just to put it out there, this is pretty out of left field, but putting the dots together, the Lawrence Skateboard Association, or maybe it's just Skate Association, has been lobbying pretty hard for additional skate park infrastructure. And much to the extent of even submitting a project proposal for the recently released CIP. So there's need for skate parks. There's also need for detention. There is demonstrated success in other countries, at least, and actually Texas as well, which may as well be another country, by making a skate park also a detention pond. As long as you sink it enough and you design it appropriately for the amount of water you expect, you can actually do both at once. So since a lot of people who skate tend to be on the younger side, I mean, back when I was 16, I thought I was invincible also. It may be that co-locating a skate park facility next to a bus station may be a pretty good choice of location. So I'm sure that's way outside the scope of this particular thing, but you know, it may be good to keep in mind if we can design something maybe more flexible that in the future could be converted to a skate park. Just an idea. Second thing was, I think it is a really good idea to co-locate the parking lot for this facility with that existing KU lot, partly to minimize impervious surface area that you're creating, but also because it just kind of seems like it makes more efficient use of resources and you have to go into that hill a little bit less, which is good. I would say on the canopy, it'd be really good to extend that wherever possible. For option 3, the canopy is kind of right over each bus stop and also over the facility, but for some reason not right between them, which looks like a 2-foot gap. It seems like that could easily be filled in. I don't expect the canopy to run the entire length of the island because that's a pretty huge island, but this applies to the downtown ones as well. And I think this kind of goes to the point of equity in transportation decisions where, you know, if you're in a car, you're shielded from the rain at all times. And if you're in the bus, yeah, sure. But cars tend to be able to park a lot closer to their destination than buses. So, you know, if people who have to use the bus are forced to, you know, walk decent distances in the rain and the snow, blazing sun, I just think it might be a good idea to try to incorporate a little bit more shading and weather protection if possible, if the budget allows, especially downtown. What else? Bike path versus on-street parking. So I think for the downtown options, it's nice to have the idea of a dedicated bike path, but Vermont Street is a 20-mile-an-hour speed limit. And I mean, at that point, a bike almost goes 20 miles an hour as well. And as a cyclist who often goes downtown, I'm not entirely sure it's necessary to separate bikes and traffic at this rate, especially if the street's going to be made even slower by the addition of the buses. So I think it might actually be relatively safe to keep the bikes just on the street. As previous experience, I used to live in Austin, and there was a relatively long, sort of an informal bus transfer center right near the campus of the university, and the bike lane went on the outside of it. And man, the opportunities for collision there were crazy. The amount of times that somebody leaving the bus or entering the bus had no idea that a bike was in the lane, it happened almost every day. So I'm not sure I would recommend that placement exactly if we need a bike lane. Second one is there any possibility for public restrooms downtown? It sounds like that was included in the feedback. And I think this speaks again to the kind of equity and dignity thing. If you have the money to go and buy a drink at a bar and then use the restroom, that's all fine and good. But if we're going to be this far from the library, it would be good to have some kind of restroom. And besides, we don't have one downtown anyway, and that's kind of a huge gap. So just something to consider. Next one up is for the right turn only on 9th Street to enter the parking lot on the south side. I would highly recommend placing some kind of bollard or concrete barrier, because there's a lot of bonehead drivers out there. It'd be good to have some kind of actual physical barrier to make sure people know exactly how they can enter that. In terms of choices of parking lot, I think removing the long-term parking is probably not a great move. During the recent downtown master plan process, there was a lot of concern from downtown employees over the existence and the availability of downtown parking. Some appear to not know that it exists, but it does in fact. And taking away those spots would be probably a big hit to downtown employment, I guess, to their ease of access. So if you take it away, at least make sure that it will be, I guess, made new somewhere else. And what else? The final thing, and then I'll shut up for a while. I would hope at some point we can maybe consider the possibility of closing off one of these blocks to through vehicle traffic. Once again, bringing up the recent downtown master plan, there was a lot of discussion given to the fact that there really is no public gathering space downtown. The library yard is kind of the best bet that we have, but there's really no place that's kind of a public square. And yeah, this will be a much longer version of a rectangle, but there may be some opportunity to make this not a through street, make it only for buses, bikes, and pedestrians. And I realize that would maybe have circulation issues in terms of cars, but it is a grid. There's always another way. So I wouldn't let that stop us. And finally, having facilities on the transfer island is much better for safety, I think, especially if you're trying to make your transfer and you got to run, or if you're an operator and you got to hit the bathroom pretty quick. People are going to be maybe using that crosswalk a little bit more recklessly than they might otherwise. So just for safety concerns, I feel like having the station on the island is probably the best bet. And that's it. Thanks.
Hi, August Rudisell, PTAC member. I just want to jump in real quick and echo what Nick said, because those were my only concerns. The removal of downtown parking would to me would be one of the biggest factors that City Commission would come up against, just because, like he said, downtown employees are pretty vocal on social media about the loss of parking or the difficulties in long-term parking. And so I just wanted to echo and repeat what Nick said about that. So
This is Adam Weigel, Transit and Parking Manager. I will touch on that for the group. That we do have some pretty good data coming through some of our new parking technology that we have. LPR vehicles and different things help us see some utilization. So we've been gathering some of that data. I don't unfortunately have it in a great graphical way to tell a quick story to you all. But I will say on this block in particular, the long-term spaces, which are on street metered spots, are very well utilized. So taking those away, we will have to figure out how that gets replaced and where it gets replaced if some of the 2 hours convert into long-term, because those 2 hours tend to be less utilized throughout the day. So those are things we're very aware of and heard a lot from the business community. Certainly don't want to discount the importance, especially in this block, of that long-term parking.
Yeah, and I was just going to piggyback on, I can't comment on the detention pond concept with the bike park, but I think a critical need for this is going to be detention of some type. And so we're going to be struggling with that for space, especially with as much as this site slopes. But as far as the co-locating of the parking lot, Nick, I think that's a astute observation. I think I kind of hinted that some of the feedback we had in a prior meeting last week does just that. It gets the parking up and gets the facility up closer to Bob Billings and gets us farther out of the hillside. So point noted. The sheer thing with canopies is when we have that building in the center of the island, it's such a huge space that, with your weather and with what we'd be trying to cover with a continuous covering, it just gets so expensive that I don't know that that budget would allow it. A similar thing, even with downtown, even in option 1A, trying to put a continuous canopy that entire length, just because of the nature of how much distance you need for Sawtooth, also is cost prohibitive. So what we try to do is get the coverings, where they're waiting, for the bus, and try to do, there's some things you can do with windscreen, things like that. But all good comments. We've got a good civil engineering firm, HG, from Kansas City on our team, and we'll definitely take another look or keep looking as we go through the next stages of planning on the bike, on the cycle track, on whether that makes sense to put that behind there or not. That's just some of the follow-up comments I had.
This is Pat Collette, Chair MTC. On that cycle track, I'm assuming that the reason for that is because of the bus movements out on the street and protecting bicycles, and also making it easier for the buses to pull out, not have bicycles in a blind spot there. I mean, it seems to me the cycle track is when I saw that, I thought that was a really great idea. So I guess, Nick, it sounds like you've had some experience with that, but it seems like being able to avoid the buses pulling in and out in that space would make a lot of sense. So in terms of safety for cycles going through there.
Well, okay, go ahead, Nick. I was going to say, we can, there's things we can do with separation between the cycle track and the shelters and the platform too, that minimize pedestrian bike conflicts. But the greater goal of the cycle track is, as Chair mentioned, which is to eliminate those interactions between buses pulling in and out as cycles are, bikes are traveling along that lane.
I should probably clarify, when I was advocating for just keeping the bikes on the street, what I should have added is that if the center turn lane could be reconfigured to just be a northbound travel lane, then the bikes wouldn't have to be in the same lane as the buses. And that turn lane is pretty much superfluous during that block anyway. So I think with some modifications, it could still be made safe for bikes to be on the street.
This is Pat Collette. We are at 6 o'clock. Is there a consensus to extend the meeting, the study session, for another 15 minutes, or do people pretty much have their questions answered?
I'm happy with the discussion we've had, but willing to listen if anyone else still has outstanding things to ask about.
This is Adam Weigel, Transit and Parking Manager. I just also want to offer for the group, this topic will be the bulk of our discussion at PTAC a week from today. So the discussion will continue there if you'd like to join in as well. We haven't talked about that being another joint meeting officially, but just something to consider.
Great, thank you. And also, Adam, I think that you had mentioned something about, because of the timing of this, and we were in a time constraint, that we have these images of the sites, but that there would be some other views of the site, like more 3D imaging and that kind of thing. Is that in the would we expect to see that at any point before our July meeting, or should we expect to be responding to these plans that we've seen tonight?
So Adam Weigel, Transit and Parking Manager. I wouldn't expect that we'll get 3D imagery leading up to commission, but certainly that the input we gather tonight, and we have a couple of public meetings this Wednesday. We have PTAC next Monday. There will be continued discussion internally, and bus operators have these images as well. So there will be iteration on what you see before you now. I think there will be adjustments made to respond to some of the concerns. And as soon as it's appropriate for me to get those back out, I will, and hopefully there's lead time before the next MMTC and PTAC meetings when we would be looking for recommendations, so that there'd be time to digest and ask questions and respond to those.
This is Steve Evans. If I could just, for me, I've seen plenty tonight so far, my own personal opinion. I got to be real honest though, if I were to make a recommendation on either of these locations, I would probably need to know a whole lot more to be comfortable doing that. And I think to the extent, and the people that I'd like to hear more from would be the actual transit users and the bus drivers, and get feedback from them, because I don't use the bus enough, but I'm just speaking for myself. If a month from now our expectation is to make a intelligent, informed recommendation, I'm pretty far from being able to do that at the moment. So whatever help Adam, Dave, the folks from Wendell can give us in the meantime would be very helpful. And I think if you could also let us know about this PTAC meeting, a reminder, email, whatever for that, that might be real helpful for us to sit in on that.
And isn't there also, did you mention there are a couple of more public meetings coming up?
Adam Weigel, Transit and Parking Manager. Yes, I would. When I stop screen sharing here, I will put our project page in the chat. You can find links to the registrations for public meetings on Wednesday. There's one around the lunch hour, and then one in the evening. We're working on some potential in-person setup at the library later in the week or next week. And I can sure put in the chat link as well, the link to the PTAC agenda that has the registration for next week. So I can get those things to you so you can participate. But there's a lot of great information on that project page about where we've come. There's some recorded videos from that immersion week that Tony mentioned, where talked through what people and passengers and drivers were looking for. And we'll certainly keep, once we have these, now that we have these drawings on paper, we'll continue to push for feedback and people's reactions to that type of info.
I want to just follow up on that too, Adam. Steve, one of the things I didn't mention in my introduction is that prior to joining Wendell 8 years ago, and I'm primarily in sales and project development with Wendell, but I operated a transit system for 30 years as the director of operations in St. Cloud, Minnesota. We operated 67 vehicles. We had commuter bus service. We had very significant university service with our student university, not as big as KU. We were 16,000 students. And then we also ran a pretty robust fixed route operation. So I actually went out and met with the drivers for an hour and a half when we were on site during that week. So I have a good, I'd like to think anyway, I have a good pulse of operations and how that works and what doesn't work, and got some good feedback and confirmation of that from the drivers and folks when we were there on site. But I think that's a good point.
Great. Well, it sounds like we've got some resources that'll be available to us that'll really help with making that decision next month, but it'll take some take some work to get through a lot of those documents and make sure that we kind of understand that
Mhm.
you know, the issues around it and can make a good informed decision. So we really appreciate Tony and Scott from Wendell and for PTAC committee for agreeing to have this joint session to help us better understand the the two sites and what what kinds of decisions we can make around this. So thank you very much.
Great.
This is Mike Wazakowski, PTAC Chair. Thank you for inviting us. I'll make sure that Adam sends out an invitation to everyone to join our next meeting, which will be next Monday, starting at 4:10, and we generally project that we run through 5:30.
Great.
Great, thank you.
Great. Thank you all.
Thank you. Okay, well, we'll call this study session to an end and adjourn for, let's say, until 6:15 to start our regular agenda. Thank you, everyone. I'd like to call the meeting back to order.
Critchlow, okay. Okay.
Let me, Kurt, we get ready?
Yes.
Okay, unmute. This is Dave Cronin, city engineer. I think we'll start by doing roll call again if we can, just to make sure we get it right here, and then move on with the regular meeting. So Josephine's going to call roll. So if you're here, let her know.
Josephine Gonzalez, MSO. Thomas Allen.
See his name, but we'll come back to him.
Aaron Payton.
Here.
Patricia Collette.
Here?
Charlie Bryan. Oh wait, his microphone wasn't working earlier. I don't see him either. I'll come back to him. Gregory Critchlow. Steve Evans.
Here.
Carol Bowen. Not present. Nick Kuzmiak.
Yep, here.
Okay, and Charlie Bryan, he was here.
Yeah, it looks like Charlie is logged off, so he is not present.
Okay,
And then Tom Allen, he may have just not resumed us yet, but you're muted and we don't see you, so we'll move on. And I'll just turn it over to the chair, Pat.
Okay, thank you. This is Pat Collette, Chair, MMTC. The first item on the agenda is approving the May 3rd meeting, commission meeting minutes. Has everyone had a chance to review those? Any corrections or comments on the contents? And if not, I would entertain a motion to approve.
Nick Kuzmiak, MMTC. I will motion that we approve the May minutes.
Okay, is there a second? Aaron? Thank you. A second from Aaron Payton. Josephine, can you call the row for the minutes, please?
Josephine Gonzalez, MSO. Thomas Allen is showing, but not presently responding. Patricia Collette.
Yes.
Charlie Bryan is still not logged back on. And Gregory Critchlow is not present. Steve Evans.
Yes.
Carol Bowen's not present. And that is everybody.
Tom Allen is present now.
Yeah.
Okay. Tom Allen?
Present.
We're on the, Tom, this is Dave Cronin. We're on the meeting minutes, approving those. Have you reviewed them? And this is the motion on that. So we missed you on the roll call, but that's the call right now. So if
Great, thank you. All right, next item on the agenda is the consider recommending approval of the school area traffic control policy to the city commission. And we received in our packet a copy of that policy. So Dave, did you want to, or is there someone else there who's going to speak to that?
This is Dustin Smith, Senior Project Engineer with Municipal Services and Operations, and I'll cover this item. So the school area traffic control policy is a kind of combination of our previous school crossing control policy and adult crossing guard policy, and with some other revisions as well and updates. So the update included adding some newer technology for traffic control devices, including the pedestrian hybrid beacons and rectangular rapid flashing beacons, and then rolling our adult crossing guard warrant criteria into the more comprehensive school area traffic control policy. And then this policy is also coordinated and was part of the development of the Safe Routes to School plan. And in the Safe Routes to School plan that was adopted last year, adopting this school area traffic control policy is an action item in the first two items in the issues and strategies section of the Safe Routes to School plan. And these were issues that were identified as part of the parent survey and the stakeholders, and the school area traffic control policy would help address concerns associated with traffic control around schools and safety at intersections and crossings. Also, as part of developing the Safe Routes to School plan, we went back and evaluated all of our existing adult crossing guard locations against our warrant criteria that had existed previously and was used to evaluate crossing guards as they were requested in the past. And we discussed the results of this evaluation at our March 1st, 2021 Multi-modal Transportation Commission study session. And at that study session, we, staff had recommendations that were part of the adult crossing guard warrant criteria. And I'll just cover those highlights again for everyone. The adult crossing guards would only be assigned to locations that meet the warrants. Adult crossing guards will only be assigned to locations that are on safe routes. Evaluation of existing crossing guard locations will occur at least once every 5 years. And new crossing guard requests will be reviewed by the Safe Routes to School Working Group. Recommendations forwarded to the Multimodal Transportation Commission for recommendation to the City Commission. And then sort of the results of going back and evaluating all of our existing crossing guard locations against our warrant criteria were that only 10 of the 23 existing intersections with crossing guards would be maintained, but 2 new intersections would have crossing guards added, and then 2 existing crossing guard locations would be maintained for the current year and reevaluated. And we have added a new criteria to the crossing guard warrants where we would, if you meet 80% of the threshold for the warrant, you would be reevaluated in the following year. But then if the location did not meet 100% of the warrant in 2 consecutive years, then the guard would not be implemented at that location. And then the last item here is that we do have a pending memorandum of understanding with the school district to sort of formalize our existing kind of collaboration process that we've been working on with the school district. I did want to acknowledge that we've received a public comment regarding a specific crossing guard location, an existing location at Inverness and Winged Foot Court. And there was concern about removing the guard there, which was based on the evaluation of the number of students crossing there and the acceptable gaps in traffic to cross safely. That location does not meet the warrant criteria, which is a minimum of 40 students per day using that location and a minimum of 1.5 acceptable gaps per minute for the students to cross. And so that location actually does not meet either one of those warrant criteria. With that, I'll open it up to discussion, take any questions.
Are there questions from commissioners?
Hey, Kuzmiak, MMTC. Dustin, I had a question about the metric for average vehicle per gap rate, both AM and PM. I'm assuming this is some sort of measure of traffic volume during the AM and PM rush for schools, but I'm kind of surprised, having looked into that public comment and seeing that Winged Foot Court is like pretty much across the street from Quail Run Elementary. I'm kind of surprised that that's all there is, given that, I mean, what is it, like 80% of kids get dropped off to school by their parents? It seems pretty unlikely that it's such a small rate. So I may be misinterpreting the metric here.
You were asking about the average vehicle / gap rate column?
Yeah.
Okay, so that is kind of a combined column because some of the warrants are based on vehicle volumes, vehicles per hour, and others are based on a safe and acceptable gap in traffic. So that is based on the crossing distance and the speed limit on the roadway, you know, how many seconds you would need to safely cross the street, and then we count how many of those gaps of that minimum time are observed in each minute. And so that column does have kind of two different measurements based on the type of crossing.
Sorry. So in that case, if you have a really low number, does that imply that, I'm just trying to think how I would visualize it. It seems like kind of a difficult metric to visualize. So, I mean, it ranges from, at the very lowest, about 1.7 all the way up to over 1,800. So that's a huge range. Could you kind of just describe what a person crossing that street would feel like? What's the difference there?
This is Dustin Smith with MSO. Again, I apologize that does lead to confusion with having the kind of two different metrics in one column. And so for this, if we go back to the specific location that was brought up in the public comment, Inverness and Winged Foot Court, it's location number 14 in the table. So that, for an uncontrolled crossing, the warrant is based on volume of students, and then that combined column for this location would be the number of gaps per minute of the minimum amount of seconds for a safe crossing. And so it looks like in the AM in the morning, there were just over 2 acceptable gaps in the traffic for a safe crossing, and then in the afternoon, there were 2.7 gaps per minute that would be acceptable for the students to cross safely. And then the higher numbers you're seeing there, those are for warrants that are based on vehicle volumes. So like, you know, the hundreds, those are vehicles per hour. And that's because that location, the warrant for that is based on a vehicles per hour criteria as opposed to a gaps per minute.
Thanks. I think I'm starting to get it, although I don't know where that threshold is. So I mean, this is a bit pedantic, but I would recommend maybe formatting the numbers different depending on which metric you're ranking them on. Because I don't know if, you know, 47 is in the same league as 300, for example. But I guess getting back to the public comment, I think what struck me was that there's a metric in there in her note that was not really accounted for here, and that is the distance to the next crosswalk. And I think that's something that we've kind of struggled with quantifying. So in previous talks in the non-motorized project prioritization plan, Charlie has noted that the crossing from, or the having a sidewalk on the east side of Iowa towards Bob Billings 15th is kind of crucial because there really aren't a lot of other good crosswalks anywhere around there. And because of that, people are forced to cross at kind of an awkward state or backtrack like crazy. And kids are probably even less likely to do something like that. So since this is really the only crosswalk in between Wakarusa and say Bob Billings, it seems like, if you were looking at this on a case-by-case basis, that it probably would merit some consideration, but it's a metric that's not picked up in our, I guess, in the index here. So I guess I don't want to stop the presses and say, hey, we need to completely rethink this prioritization because obviously we missed something, but it may not be a bad idea if we get to reevaluate this every once in a while to maybe think about that the next go around. Distance to next signalized crossing, or like any crossing really.
Right, and I think the other, the other thing I think is in terms of the process for appeal, I guess, for, as far as presenting this, once a decision has been made about the crosswalk, and what avenue do parents have to make an appeal, for special consideration, or, bringing some of these questions forward, because like you noted, Nick, this table is not intuitive. To look at what the criteria are for making those decisions. It's pretty difficult to look at this and to know. I think we had this discussion at the last time that we looked at this was in terms of going out and looking at some of those intersections. If we were interested, because it's really hard to. I mean, you think that intersection, but from the perspective of a child crossing at that spot, it's hard to know. And I think with the last year too, with COVID, that changed things a lot. So it was really difficult to know what what those situations were. So
I should have noted that the other metric that I think is left out here is how close is this crossing to a school? Because the closer it is to a school, the more likely kids are going to, excuse me, the more likely kids are going to be using it. I mean, this one's literally across the street. So it's likely that at least some of these kids are probably using the southwest sidewalk to get to where they got to go. So yeah, I don't want to make this overly complicated, but yeah, there's got to be a better way to not miss what appear to be very, very obvious needs for crossings here.
This is David Cronin, the engineer. I would jump in and just make sure there's one distinction that we're making here with crossing. It could be a crossing and a marked crossing, but it's having the adult crossing guard. So when you're, just want to make sure we're on the same page with that, and it could be still a crossing, but just not have the adult crossing guard. So having the crossing as a separate criteria in the policy than the crossing guard, the adult crossing guard.
Right.
Yeah.
Steve.
Thanks, Pat. Steve Evans, Transportation Commissioner. A general comment. Over the years, we've looked at a lot of metrics, and Jessica in particular has come up with some really brilliant ways to be analytical and give us guidance in dealing with stuff like this. And several of us have made the comment that the data is wonderful, but it should be the beginning of the conversation and not the end of the conversation. And I want to point that out to everybody that I may be rocking the boat here a little bit. I'm not trying to tip the boat over, but I think that personally, when I see the public comment, it kind of took me back a few steps with what we're doing here and what we're recommending. And I guess that's my comment. My question would be to Dave and Dustin and staff, in terms of your process, when you got the data, where did you go from there in your decision-making process? Can you describe that to us?
This is Dave Cronin, city engineer. Well, most recently, we got the data in 2019 with the Safe Routes to School plan. We reevaluated all the crossings and got the data. When the adult crossing guards were approved or installed in locations, that was really from the history that I have was based on the data. So, some of them have been around in areas for a long time, and so they may have met the criteria at that time, but they do not anymore. And so I think that was the kind of the process we went through with the Safe Routes to School plan was kind of looking at the numbers again to see, are these priority locations? There are, one of them is not even on a safe route anymore. And so, routes change, and the school boundaries change, and that may affect the priorities and the location. So there could be locations out there that meet adult crossing guard criteria, and that would be higher priority in the future. So, really so far this is, we've kind of applied this based just on the data, at least in my experience. And I think it would be difficult to remove any of these crossing guards, not just the one that we had the public comment on. But we did try to make some adjustment by using the 80% threshold to say, hey, we'll reevaluate it. It's pretty close. And those would be ones that we could reevaluate. But other than that, there's nothing, I guess, in the policy that would be used other than the data or to appeal the location, other than that we would look at each location once every 5 years. So if there's any other concerns about the numbers, we could discuss that, or the locations, or really just presenting the information and the updated data that we got with that Safe Routes to School plan to see where it fit with our policy that's on the books.
Well, I'm struggling a little bit and I need some help. I'd like to get some comments from other people on the commission, but when we say we are recommending approval to the city commission, someone might logically ask us if we considered each individual location in some level of detail. And if somebody asked me that question, I would say, no, we did not, that I did not. And the other side of that coin is, okay, well, why did you recommend approval for this? And our answer would be, we looked at the policy, we looked at the criteria, and we looked at the evaluation by staff, and we thought that it was appropriate. So those are my words, and I'd ask other people to chime in here because I'm just kind of wavering a little bit on what I might be voting for tonight and what that may mean to the city commission if there's more public comment than what we received tonight. And I'd be interested, in what other people think here.
Yes, Aaron.
Yeah, I have some comments on this, maybe some questions. I would argue that our warrant criteria is off. I mean, and I've talked about a couple of these things in the past and was not exactly sure where this was going to go. And I know that it was discussed sort of as this all began and as the policy was being rewritten. But one thing that really bothers me about this is I use this as an example because it's where I spend the most time. I work at Ranger Montessori School. And there are 4 schools right there that kids could be crossing back and forth from. And when this policy started to get rewritten, I argued there's something wrong with, I think it's 30 now, 30 students have to be crossing at that intersection to warrant a crossing guard. And I argued this at the March meeting that seems to be backwards to me. So basically we're telling parents, your child has to be crossing at an unsafe intersection in order to get a crossing guard. And that seems very clear at that intersection. I had done the Safe Routes to School surveys many years ago at Braintree, but then someone did them for other schools. And what I found, I don't remember what the data is, so unless anybody has it on hand, I know it was well over 100 kids were potentially could be crossing that intersection. So, but the potential for kids crossing that intersection was really high. The number of kids actually crossing at that intersection, this is Clinton Parkway and Inverness, if I haven't clarified that. The potential for kids crossing is very high, but the actual number of kids crossing is very low. However, I've spent enough time going back and forth to that school and to the other schools over there picking up neighbor kids that I've watched on many occasions parents that I know that a couple of them I was able to go and say, hey, tell me what happened here. Stand at that intersection and watch as their kids cross, trying to get it to the point where their kid could cross alone so that they wouldn't have to take them to school every day and they could walk themselves to school, which is what they wanted. And I watched it happen and it was very, very scary. So the parent basically said, we're not doing that. I'm just going to take them. And so I have strongly felt like we need to be looking at the potential for the number of kids crossing, because if you're asking a parent, I know as a parent, to let their kids cross at an unsafe intersection in order to get a crossing guard, they're not going to do it. So the only way you can get the kids crossing there is to put a crossing guard there, let people know it, and then I think you would have more kids cross. But I think that's one of those things that I feel like is very backwards and is actually creating a situation in which less kids are crossing because it feels unsafe, when what we say we want to do is have more kids cross. So I think that's one thing that's wrong with the warrant criteria. But we kind of mentioned last time, you have not very many kids crossing. I can't remember what it was, Osdal and 23rd maybe. But you have some very poor kids. You have an equity issue there where if you take the crossing guard away, you're creating an unsafe situation where, yeah, you might be, providing that crossing guard for very few kids, but they really need it. Mom or dad can't walk with them, or they don't even have a car to drive to school. And so the kid is forced to cross with no crossing guard in an unsafe situation. So I just think our warrant criteria, I do not feel like I could recommend approval of this at this point with this warrant criteria and with this data and with the idea that only 10 of our intersections would meet that criteria. So I think that the warrant criteria is off.
You're muted.
Yeah. Other comments?
Commissioner Payton, again, I wanted to point out if someone would address, I know Chris Tilden, it looks like is wanting to make a public comment. So he asked when would the opportunity for public comment in this be? I wanted to point that out.
Yeah, and I was just going to, thank you. This is Commissioner Collette, and I was just going to ask for public comment. I saw that Chris was asking and wanted to give commissioners a chance to respond first. So Chris, would you like to make a comment?
Yeah, thanks for the opportunity. First, I do want to acknowledge and thank both the MSO and MPO for work on this. I can't recall when we first had the discussion about updating the school area traffic control policy, and I I know that there were tweaks made many, many years ago that really have been operationalized, but it's great that we're at this stage of the process. So kudos for that. I know the warrant issue is a tricky one. We've certainly, I say we, groups like Live Well have talked about, working with the school district, working with the city to look at ways that we can, devise some opportunities to look at those, to have, well, not even sure what the mechanism would be, but opportunities to work with parents to identify some opportunities for better utilization of safe routes. The warrant issue one, I know is really, really tricky. I actually had 2 people contact me because of my work with safe routes, one of which was the Quail Run issue because I live in this neighborhood. One of the issues they didn't bring up, that crossing there that really is pretty tricky is Inverness is a relatively narrow drive and you've got cars turning right off of Oak Tree. And so you always have cars lined up who are coming from the south. You have cars lined up generally that are coming from the north because they're turning left into the school. And so their kids are literally walking between cars usually at that crossing. And I'm usually, when I am going there, even with the guard, I have to be really careful. The site issue is one that's problematic there. Not that this is about any specific crossing. But just anecdotally, the other, parent that did talk to me has kids. They live west of Iowa and cross at Harvard in order to get over to Hillcrest. And what Aaron said, kind of, same kind of issue, concern about a very wide street with high traffic volume and fast moving cars. So I know that it's a tricky issue. Thanks for the opportunity to comment.
Thank you, Chris. This is Commissioner Collette. I think, in general, in terms of looking at this policy and the direction that we're moving, adding the new traffic control devices with the pedestrian hybrid beacons and coordinating with the Safe Routes to School plan, I think both of those are really key elements of this policy. But, again, I do still have concerns about the warrants and being able to, to understand them thoroughly enough to explain them to others in terms of what, and the fact that, so many of the intersections were recommended, that didn't meet the warrants, and that, like Commissioner Payden said, it just feels like, that there need to, and also Commissioner Evans, I think, in terms of, what are we missing here in terms of that data? That data is very important, but it seems like when you try to apply it to intersections, there is something missing in that entire process.
This is David Cronin, city engineer. I know we heard some of these concerns when we had this session back in March. After that meeting, we did send all the commissioners a list of the locations and the times and the crossings to go out and visually see them in the field, because sometimes unless you're out there, maybe you don't think of everything. So if there's something that any commissioner has seen specifically that would make you rethink our process or our policy for adult crossing guards, we'd be certainly willing to look into it further if there's anything specific. But other than that, yeah, we're just bringing back mainly the technical data, and so this is it's a city policy. The city does maintain these adult crossing guards. I do understand Commissioner Payton's comments about, if you have an adult crossing guard, there might, you will have more likelihood of crossing, but I think that's one of those things that we need to continue on working with the schools in the school district to identify those locations that, and maybe through our Safe Routes to School working group, determine if we should have volunteer crossing guards, and then get data and see if, if it's a higher priority. If it's a high priority area, like some of the, that would, meet our criteria for a full-time crossing guard. So I guess the struggle from our side is, we do have this policy on the book so that if we got another request, we're going to follow this data. And so if there's something else that we need to follow, we haven't been doing it in the past. And so we want to be consistent and also recognize that we want to prioritize where we put the crossing guards because they're a limited resource. So, when we set out with reviewing these locations, we didn't do so with the intention on reducing the crossing guards by a specific number. It was just a data approach, and then looking at our warrants and then trying to see if there's any room for reevaluating some of these locations. And so there might be an argument to reevaluate all of those, but we want to be consistent on understanding what else we're missing. So I guess I would offer that. And Jessica, do you have anything to add?
Yeah, this is Jessica Mortinger, Transportation Planning Manager with the MPO. One of the things I think we tried to listen to during the Safe Routes to School process was the feedback we got from parents about crossing guards. And it became really apparent that the current process and the lack of reevaluation of any location really required this effort to kind of mitigate or barely fight for new guards and not be responsive to what was happening under changing conditions. And so this program allows us the opportunity to create a process that we can be responsive based on a set of performance metrics. I do think that as we evolve the Safe Routes to School process, there's going to be the need to recognize other opportunities to make sure kids can walk and bike safely to school. For example, some feedback we got during the process specifically said there needs to be a crossing guard at every intersection along 27th Street so my kid can walk to school. And as we hear some of those type of comments, we think, there are other solutions like walking school buses and student crossing guard patrols. Dave mentioned volunteer crossings. I think there could be the evolution of additional answers to ensuring that kids can walk and bike safety, of which crossing guards is one. Adult paid crossing guards as this program is one component of that. We also have, because we've never been back to reevaluate all these sites since they've got added over the years, there's never been a conversation about, as changes were made to the built environment and crossing improvements were changed, whether or not it's appropriate still that crossing guard be placed at that location as the highest priority in the community. Because you can see even through this evaluation of the crossing guards at the bottom of the list that were not currently placed crossing guards, that we observed crossings happen. Some of those both warrant crossings, but also have higher numbers of students crossing than some of the locations where you already have guards. And so I think this programmatic approach gives us a way to evaluate that. It's possible we could come back, I think, and one of the conversations we've had with LiveWell is thinking about, we haven't found a good pilot program that we've seen as a best practice to address some of the concerns that Aaron and others have raised, which is about, build it and they will come, which is provide a guard, tell people it's there, see if they'll use it in that way to train people about it, and also build support for new crossing guard locations to support kids walking and biking. And I think that's a really good opportunity for next year when we get questioned about evaluating new crossing guards. I think
staff would probably see that as a poor use of our time, like, like Aaron said, particularly at the 23rd and Inverness, knowing that, there are probably very few students currently crossing there. But maybe there's an opportunity with LiveWell to develop a program and a set of metrics where that crossing can be observed for, over a 2-week period when we place volunteer guards out there and see if there could warrant enough crossings in that sort of programmatic approach. I don't know that we could guarantee that we could do that like at every crossing that's requested or part of this process, but I think it's an opportunity to start thinking about something differently, but we would want to test it probably to see how we think it's going to work, because you're going to want to also understand that if you do place a guard there, you're going to have to see like, well, do those kids, did they only just walk and bike the 2 weeks where you placed a temporary guard and you wanted to evaluate it? Does it actually work in the long run for building up support for walking and biking? And I think that's yet to be proven. And I haven't found a good example in any of our research of anybody who's doing that sort of stuff. Almost everyone is evaluating crossing guards based on different characteristics like those that are evaluated in our policy, and using that as a way to build their crossing guard programs.
This Commissioner Collette, it seems like at our study session in the discussion about the warrants, there was someone made the statement that these were like kind of standard accepted warrants for intersection evaluation. So Jessica, when you say you haven't found like the best practices, is that best practices in terms of alternatives to, or additions to those warrants? Or, I mean, is it common in terms of this approach to making those evaluation in other communities that these are the metrics that are being used for those thresholds?
Yeah, Jessica Mortinger, Transportation Planning Manager. I'll let Dustin speak in a second about the warrants, because he is as a engineer, did a lot of the research about the engineering warrants. I would, however, say what I was speaking about when I said we didn't find a really good case study was about places where they tried to advertise for guards and build, like place a temporary guard as a pilot, see how well it happened, educate all the parents, tell people about, your opportunity, and then assess it. That's what I have never found a good example of that. So if anybody has, I would love for them to point us in that direction, because I think that's probably the direction we need to move in terms of that. We are also going to have to just be thoughtful about the fact of the timing to do that, how it has to fall in the process before budget, thinking about all of those things in terms of making it actually a functional decision and process that can work will probably require coordination with volunteers in the community as well as the school district. Dustin, do you have anything to add about the engineering warrants?
Sure. Dustin Smith with MSO. I just would recap that we did review our warrant criteria against kind of best practices, the Kansas crossing guard policy, and some other communities nationwide, and we are in line, and I think I've said before, actually a little more conservative than most of the best practices or standard practice, if you will, where conservative meaning that we would place a guard with a lower threshold for, volume of students or volume of vehicles than other kind of standard practice that I found. And again, I looked for what Jessica was talking about, how to measure that kind of latent demand, if you will. If there isn't a guard there and parents don't feel safe letting their students cross without a guard, how do you know if there was a guard without actually putting a guard there temporarily or volunteer or however we could accommodate that?
I would like to point out that Chris Tilden added in the chat that he said he believes there are
Groups like LiveWell that he mentioned previously that could assist with things like short-term volunteer crossing guards to provide opportunities for reevaluation.
Pat, this is Steve Evans. I'd like to figure out a way we could move this forward in a way that we could all be comfortable with. And for me personally, that would be, because there's all kinds of stuff in this policy that's fantastic, that should be implemented. Yeah, the holdup seems to be the crossing guards and the elimination of the crossing guards. And if I could get that cleared, and I don't think we're going to be able to do that tonight, but would it be appropriate to have a study session where we looked at those 10 crossing guards, virtually, and had a better understanding, make a more informed decision about those. And I think that would be serving the city commission and the public if we did that. As it is now, that's a deal breaker for me.
And this is Commissioner Collette. I think for me, the stumbling block and getting more clear about what is is the process moving forward. And in terms of, we say this is the policy, these are the warrants, these are basically on these warrants, these are the ones that don't meet the criteria and these are the ones that do. And then moving forward, what can we line out as a process for getting those reconsidered? Or, and piece that seems to be missing for me, I know that we're working towards the MOU on with the school district and what, but it's like, it feels like the schools should be more involved than what we've seen so far. So I don't, and maybe that's because I'm just not seeing that part of it. And thinking about, each individual school and, the knowledge of, of the kids that are attending those schools and the interaction with Safe Routes to School, so having that process in terms of having it on a Safe Routes to School route, that makes total sense to me. So those are the priorities. But then what are some, lining out some next steps for, if a crossing guard is limited as a result of this process, then, what's the process moving forward for that, that area, for that school, or for the families around those schools.
Hey, Kuzmiak, MMTC. If I could, I'd kind of like to suggest maybe an idea, because I feel like I'm hearing a bit of a consensus that we don't necessarily like where the warrants currently are. We might like to see them adjusted, or I don't know if really I'm using the right word here, but the threshold to qualify for a crossing guard, it seems like we maybe don't agree with how it currently is configured and would like to see a bit of an adjustment. Am I reading the room correctly here? Is there somewhat of a consensus for that? And if so, is there enough time to pull that off before school starts to kind of readjust it in a month?
Aaron.
Commissioner Payton, I mean, that's how I'm feeling. And I appreciate what Jessica said, as far as like other avenues and that kind of thing. But I also think that there are parents that are relying on this now, and I don't feel comfortable sort of pulling that out. And so I just feel like it would be nice to address some of this before making a change like this. So yes, Nick, I would say, that is what needs to be looked at. As to whether before school or not, I don't know. That sounds like a challenge.
Hey, Kuzmiak, MMTC. So Pat, I don't know if it makes sense to do this either at a study session or maybe as a regular agenda item, because if we're going to be creating an actual recommendation for maybe new metrics or revised metrics by which to judge the merit of these potential crossing locations, it may take some discussion. And I mean, if there's an action that we need to take, it might be good to have that as a regular agenda item. I don't know. I'm just kind of
this is Commissioner Collette. It seems, in terms of, revamping the metrics, that's more than a regular agenda session, but taking the action to approve the policy, we need that on the regular agenda. We did have a study session on that. I think some of the things that we talked about, like the equity issue, you know, so for intersections where they might not quite meet the warrant, but it was in an area where, you know, parents were lower income or might not be able to drive their kids to school or whatever, you know, and that's, you know, that's not included as part of the metric. And, you know, so either that, adjusting the warrant or adding in some, you know, some kind of after the fact, you know, as far as appeal for those crossing guards, you know, some special circumstances or that kind of thing to would make sense to me. So I don't know, Dave, what do you think in terms of or Dustin in terms of, you know, some possible ways forward with this policy?
Yeah, Dave Cronin, city engineer. Well, there's a lot that I'm hearing. You know, with the equity conversation, I mean, if that is a, you know, if that is a concern about adding that into the policy, we could discuss that a little bit. We did on our map include the areas in the environmental justice zone for the crossings that were to be removed. You know, I think it's hard for us to quantify that at this point. And without, I guess, specific direction on the warrant criteria, you know, we're not going to be able to evaluate any of the crossings, obviously, this summer. So we are, you know, I definitely can see how this is holding up the policy now at this point. We're trying to get this approved before the school starts back up in the fall. So if there's, you know, I don't know, I guess I don't really know if there's consensus on what we need to look at. If it's just site by site, or if we need to include some metric for equity and how we do that. Jessica might have a good idea on that, but.
Yeah, Jessica Mortinger, Transportation Planning Manager.
I think there's two things to consider. The first of which is there is a budget component to this decision about how many crossing guards get placed and how that operationally works in the budget process. So if you add any time to this process, some budget decisions are going to need to be made before you could get to revising standards likely. I'll say that first. Secondly, I do think we probably have some additional data we could develop around the concept that Aaron was proposing about just even potential crossings based on using some of the student address data we've mapped for the densities from the previous process. We could use the network analyst tool in GIS to map back to see how many kids could funnel in through that potential crossing as a tool. We would have to figure out what that threshold or standard is. I think there are still, regardless, going to be, you know, I think there's still going to be questions where it's going to have to be an evolutionary program. I think there's going to have to be at a metric. Let's start collecting it. Let's understand what that impact means in terms of actual crossings versus just potential crossings. So I'm not sure that it's going to even just be a one-year, one-off programmatic approach to evolving this process. I think there is going to be some pain no matter how you do it, because I think the reevaluation of guards is going to likely, regardless if you're using data or other anecdotal knowledge of sites and local experience, you're going to get different priorities. And someone's crossing here versus someone's crossing here is going to be equally important if it's that parent's kid's crossing. And so I think from a holistic perspective, there is going to have to be some data, whether, you know, that there are thresholds you set to evaluate whether or not it's appropriate based on the speed and volume of the street and how many kids are crossing there. The city will have to likely set priorities related to the level of budget that gets chosen for a program. And likewise, not making a decision. I mean, you have 2 locations out of the many additional ones that were evaluated that meet the warrants. So that's going to have to be part of the budget conversation. So I don't know if hearing that makes you think any more differently about specific thoughts you might have or what you would like to see. We can do stuff, we can do process. I think the challenge is decisions are going to get made as part of this budget process, probably based on the timeline we're on right now.
So Nick Kuzmiak, MMTC, that's kind of exactly what I figured would be the case. And what I'm hearing is that this is different from the sidewalk repair prioritization and from the NMPPP, in that it either is warranted or it is not warranted. And I feel like that may be part of the flaw here, that there's not a ranked prioritization. And I know we kind of do this to death in our other, pieces of our jurisdiction, but it seems like that may be appropriate here. If we know that we have a limited amount of crossing guards that we can install, then we know there's going to be basically 10, just hypothetically 10 crossing guards, whichever spots rank highest on whatever prioritization criteria that we determine, which it seems like we're pretty close to right here. These actually are numbers on a continuum instead of just yes or no's. So I think if we were to add a couple of metrics that directly address, or at least by proxy, address concerns that we have, I think we could be pretty close to, a school crossing guard prioritization program, which is another acronym, right? But, instead of trying to figure where the threshold is, just let the ranking do it, right? The threshold is we have 10 guards and we can put them in 10 places. And if you make the top 10, you're in. And if not, then we'll either reevaluate or there's an appeal. But I think on the metric side, what we probably need to have is some sort of equity in, metric that is probably something like the percentage of students at a school that are on free and reduced lunches, or I guess, how far into a transportation disadvantaged district are we on the GIS map? And when it comes to potential crossings, like Aaron was saying, I think 2 things could work. Just like your idea of the density of potential crossings based on the GIS watershed map or whatever it is, that's a pretty good one, but sounds much more complicated to generate. But an easier one could just be saying, how far is this crosswalk from the school that it serves? There you go. The closer it is, the more dense it's likely going to be, simply because these are, dendritic networks that come into a central node. So if it's close, more likely it's going to have a higher density. As to the appeal process, I like the idea of it. What I worry is that we got a communication from a parent in, let's be honest, a pretty affluent part of town. Parents in affluent parts of town probably have more time on their hands, have a better knowledge of the system by which to appeal, are more likely to be fluent in English. There's a lot more barriers to make an appeal, and you may not even know what's going on, right? If you don't have the time to watch MMTC minutes, if you don't necessarily speak English very well, it's gonna be a lot harder to appeal that process if you feel that your crosswalk is much more necessary than something west of Iowa, right? So I feel like it's sort of incumbent upon staff and MMTC here to kind of get it right and make sure that we do as best we can to accommodate equity concerns, because the appeal process is not going to favor, people of lesser means, right? So, I like the idea of an appeal, but I also know who that's going to serve better. So my recommendation, if I could just wave a magic wand, is, add a metric for equity, add a metric for potential crossing, and then, create at least a bit of an appeal process on somewhat of a rolling basis, maybe a yearly or semesterly basis. And finally, I'm sorry, I know I'm hogging the floor here, but this is a really interesting topic. The final thing is the budget thing that Jessica, you brought up. There really are limited resources here. When I read the MOU in the agenda attachment, it says all these things about, we're cooperating with the school board is cooperating with us, but are they though? Parking fees pay for this. There's only 10 because we as a city can't afford any more. The school board is not contributing financially at all. Is that correct? And they also refuse to put in a AAA sponsored junior patrol program, which means that they're almost actively against it. So I feel like it's incumbent upon the school to kind of handle their fair share here, instead of making us pick winners and losers, possibly correctly, possibly not, based on the, being hamstrung by the district that we are serving. So I would highly recommend in the commission's and staff's recommendation to City Commission to really put the pressure on USD 497 to step up their game. And if they truly want to have children have a safe walk to school, they're going to need to put some resources into it. And they could be free with a AAA sponsored program, right? You don't even have to have financial resources, just time and effort. So anyway, that's my piece. I don't know how you all are feeling in line with that. But
Nick, I'd like to point out real quick that the crossing guards are general fund funded out of the general fund.
okay, so it's still city, but it's not parking. Sorry,
Correct.
for some reason I thought
That's
I got that last time, but
But you're right, the school district is not putting funds into the program.
yeah, and for getting 54% of our property taxes, you think they'd be able to at least contribute close to that, you know, for cost share for the program. I think it's a little bit disappointing, really.
So this is Commissioner Collette. In terms of the potential for adding those metrics and I like the idea of the prioritization, you know, so that you have a rank listing of those intersections to make it easier to see the threshold, and, you know, in terms of, you know, advocating for additional funds one place or another, that line could be drawn, you know, further down the list, you know, would be, you know, that would be helpful to be able to see it in those terms. Is that something that's doable, you know, with the data that's available? Jessica and or Dave?
Yeah, Jessica Morton, Transportation Planning Manager. Yes, like I said, I think the walk shed thing is probably a better metric in terms of potential crossings if you're looking at just walk shed than distance to the school, because I would say, depending on how boundaries are drawn, a crossing could be very close to the school, but there may not actually be any density of students who would walk that route behind where that crossing is. So it'd be probably more accurate to do like a potential crossing. We have the capacity to do it. It's just about working with some other staff and their prioritization, you know, their workflow prioritization. So I think it's probably reasonable we could add something like that. I guess my consideration, and I'll ask kind of back to you, are you comfortable starting at, you know, like how do you, if we're looking at free and reduced lunch and or transportation disadvantaged, you know, is it about percentage of, I'm trying to think just a second. I mean, percentage of free and reduced lunch, we can add that as a percentage. Do you just want to have that weighted as a factor? Like there's a, do you envision it as kind of like a formula that would weight that as a factor in addition to the other criteria, like number of kids crossing and or traffic volume and or available gaps?
Yes, but that would take a lot more work probably to do the weighted ranking, and that's really subjective. Sorry.
Well, yeah, that's why I was kind of asking back in your direction what you would want staff to do, because I want very clear expectation about what we would be trying to put together, so we can bring you back what you feel comfortable with and what you need to move forward.
Yeah. Nick Kuzmiak, MMTC. I think the best under short notice, if we're trying to keep this moving as much as possible, will be some sort of color gradation on each of the columns. And then you can kind of, I mean, this is kind of getting into a data geek thing, but if there was a way to have an Excel sheet that had each metric kind of lined up and a color gradation on each of them, and you could sort by each and see which ones end up being in, say, the top quartile of each of those intensity metrics. I mean, adding weighting is a whole nother level of subjectivity. At that point, we're taking data and saying which is more important. And granted, by selecting this data in the first place, we're already saying this data is more important than that which we are not collecting, but you got to draw the line somewhere, right? So I don't know, any other commissioners have any ideas on, can we weight it? I don't know.
Karen?
Commissioner Payton. I mean, we start talking about this and I start thinking about things like some of these are on safe routes to school, and we're saying it's a safe routes to school, but not providing a crossing guard, which sometimes makes it not really that safe. So, I mean, that would be another thing that I don't know if we could wait or how that could come into it. But I think, I mean, maybe Jessica, you can answer, is there a way we could also consider that and, you know, like a weighted
I believe there's only one existing crossing guard location and or maybe one requested, but I can't recall specifically that right now, one existing crossing guard location that's not on an existing route to school. And I know from looking at it, there's only 4 or 5 households that lived beyond that point on that route to the school. So like that's one example. That one happens to be in North Lawrence.
And this is Commissioner Klett. I think, that discussion around waiting, that may be the, the evolutionary part of this process, is that, that's not something that can get done this year, but as we work with this policy, that, in the future, we could move towards that. But I think if there are just a couple of additional items to add into that, that address the equity, and then, like you say, just the prioritization to help us better represent those intersections or those crossings. I think that would be really helpful, and something that that we can explain, that to the public in terms of what that policy looks like.
Excuse me, MMTC, I agree. I think to avoid biting off more than we can chew, it's good to at least have the data and do the data analysis if we can, see what hits a lot of intensity and a lot of metrics, and at least have kind of transparency for choosing why we chose where we did, or why staff chose where they did. And maybe next year try to evolve this to the next level, as we have already with the sidewalk repair prioritization and the NMPPP. It's a process. We're doing our best, but if we can catch it now, if there's time, great, and we'll just do better next year, right?
Other commissioners' thoughts about that, whether that's an acceptable way and to move forward. And I guess the question is, in terms of adding those metrics, Jessica, is that something, you mentioned within the budget process and that kind of thing, is that something that that could be done in the next month, and would that accomplish the goal of being included within the budget process?
I think Jessica Mortinger, Transportation Planning Manager, that's where I think either Brad or Dave Cronin are going to need to speak to that, the timing of the budget process. I'm not as involved with that process.
Yeah, Dave Cronin, city engineer. I mean, that process is ongoing, and so it's, like Jessica said, decisions may be made prior to adopting this revised policy. As far as bringing it back, we might be able to bring it back in July. I guess I can't guarantee that, depending on the amount of time it's going to take us to make revisions and come up with some weighting criteria to bring you back an option that we could get a recommendation on. But yeah, that's why we were shooting for June as far as keeping this moving, but we certainly don't want to do it if there's concerns about the criteria. So if we can keep discussing this and bring back some weighted criteria and maybe kind of show this a little differently, I think we could do that in the next month or two.
This is Steve Evans. I think I don't see any other options than what Dave just described, honestly. And this has been a great discussion. I think we've moved it forward, and I'll personally apologize to staff because this has got to be frustrating, because in March we had this in front of us and the bells are ringing now, and I do apologize for that, but hey, you got to do the right thing. And I think some things jumped out at us tonight, and in particular, the public comment and from the memo and from what Chris had to say. So I do want to apologize, because we're kind of, this has got to be frustrating, but we'll get there. hang in there with us.
Okay, well, I would like to propose that we, that we table this and if possible, bring it back to the July meeting for action, but, based on staff time, that sounds like it, might be August before we can see that. But I do think generally the rest of the policy, I think from my perspective, looks really good. And I think if we can just work a little bit more to fine tune that, the warrants that we'll be getting there. All right, are we ready to move on to the next item?
Need a motion?
Do we need a motion for that, Dave, to table it?
Yes, if you could give us a motion, because we did make a recommendation on this to approve. And then if you wouldn't, it wouldn't hurt to reiterate the things you want us to look at with that motion, so we're clear.
Okay, would someone like to make a motion?
I nominate Nick to make the motion, please.
Excuse me, like MMTC. I won't let you down, Steve. All right. I motion that we table the discussion on crossing guard placement and the overall ordinance and direct staff to add a metric of equity and a metric of potential crossing density, and also rework the table from a thresholds-based system to a ranking prioritization, such that the same number of crossing guards that is currently available will remain available in the new version. I don't think that we need to add anything yet about the rest of the thing looks good.
Yeah.
Push the school for funding. That's not a part of this. So
right.
Just the actual warrants.
Right. Thank you. Good job. Is there a second? Second from Aaron Payton. Okay, all in favor. We need a Josephine, or can you call the roll?
Josephine Gonzalez, MSO. Thomas Allen. I'm sorry.
Yes, can you hear me?
Yes, okay, thank you. Patricia Collette.
Yes.
Charlie Bryan, not present. Gregory Critchlow, not present. Steve Evans.
Approve.
Carol Bowen, not present. Nick Kuzmiak is the one that motioned. All right. 5-0.
Thank you. Okay, we'll move on to the next item, which is item 3, receive the update on the downtown master plan.
Evening. Amy Miller, Assistant Planning and Development Services Director, here to provide you with an update on the downtown master plan and also provide you with a little bit of information as to how the plan will be used after adoption, particularly as it comes to transportation concerns. The draft of the downtown master plan was released on April 28th. That actually followed almost 3 years of public input, issuance of an existing conditions summary, and gathering input from the community. The project has been delayed due to the COVID pandemic. However, we're back on track now. And as I said, the draft plan was released at the end of April. We held a virtual public open house. The consultant that is working on the project, Halcyon Levine Associates, conducted a virtual open house at the end of May, and we also held a downtown master plan steering committee meeting at the end of May. A significant amount of comment has been received on the project, and because of that, the downtown master plan steering committee recommended to the city commission that the public comment period be extended 3 weeks and an additional downtown master plan steering committee meeting be held in the early part of July, so that they could better provide input to the city commission regarding some of those comments. The steering committee meeting in early part of July has just been scheduled just a few minutes ago for July 8th at 4 p.m. We are looking to close the public comment period on June 24th at 5 p.m. That's a little bit more than the additional 3 weeks, but we think that that's going to give staff and the consultant enough time to prepare a matrix of the comments that have been received. This matrix will help the steering committee work through all the items that they need to work through. It will most likely contain a lot of items. Every comment will be recorded in that matrix. It will most likely contain a large bulk of them where the consultant will make a recommendation to just include the comment or revise the draft plan according to the comment. And then there will probably some that rise to the top that we need some more discussion on from the steering committee. That'll help them focus their efforts at that July 8th meeting. Then the plan is that the consultant will revise the draft based on that steering committee recommendation, and the final draft plan revised will be presented to the city commission most likely in early August. We are on a tight time frame. This was an extension of the original contract, and it was an addition of a couple meetings that were not in the original scope. So we are going to do our best to keep the train on the tracks. The downtown master plan is a guiding policy document. It is not code language. It might make recommendations for changes, modifications, or additions to code language, but it is a guiding policy document. It makes recommendations. As part of that revision, there will also end up being an implementation section that actually takes the recommendations that are made in the plan and turns them into implementation steps to do after the plan is adopted. But like I said, it's a guiding policy document. It's there for reference. If some of you are familiar with our comprehensive plan, Plan 2040, or our transportation plan, T2040, the downtown master plan is used in a very similar way as a guiding policy document. The information is available on the downtown master plan website. There is a city site that will link you to the consultant site where the draft plan is housed. A couple other things of note: any comments can be sent to the email listed on that website, downtownplan@lawrenceks.org, or sent directly to the consultant through a link on their website. They've got a survey form you can fill out. Either one, it'll get to both the consultant and staff. And then the second thing is, you can also take a look from the website. It'll link you to the meeting video from the virtual open house, along with the consultant's PowerPoint presentation. The reason that's a little separate is because we actually got Zoom bombed at the virtual open house. So the video is a little interrupted, but if you're looking for something to refer to, I would also refer you to the steering committee's meeting, which the meeting is also, the video is posted and it's linked from that same website. And that video actually contains about 40 minutes of the consultant's presentation where they led the steering committee through the draft plan. It's a pretty good information piece. The draft downtown master plan is a little over 100 pages. And so I do recommend that you actually just look at the video for the steering committee, because the consultant will walk you through it step by step. I am happy to answer any questions you may have. I know that there some in the group have submitted comments separately, and we are working on recording all of those comments and getting them out there. But like I said, I'd be happy to answer any questions that you may have.
Any questions from commissioners or comments? Nick.
Excuse me, MFTC. Maybe I was wondering from a planning commission, from I guess planning and development perspective, I've seen a lot of comments, not just for the downtown master plan, but also just, Facebook, Reddit, wherever people are talking about Lawrence. There's a lot of people who really seem to want to pedestrianize Massachusetts Street. Is this something that's ever come before planning development in the past? I'm not saying I'm for or against it or anything. I'm just kind of curious what your take is here.
Amy Miller, Assistant Planning and Development Services Director. We did about 18 months of community engagement on the downtown master plan before the consultant even started writing. During that entire time frame, the overwhelming majority of people that participated in all of our community engagement events did not want Massachusetts Street to be a pedestrian only. So the consultant went into drafting the plan with that assumption based on all of that community engagement that we heard. And so that is the product that you're seeing today. Yes, we are seeing a good amount of comment on people asking for Massachusetts Street to be turned into a pedestrian mall through the comments. I can tell you from our standpoint, I think we're seeing a few more on the staff side and a few more on the consultant side at this point, and it's really about 50-50. So I still think it's an item of consideration that probably needs a little bit of discussion.
Thanks.
Yes, Steve.
Thanks, Pat. Thank you, Amy, for that. This is Steve Evans. A couple of things come to mind when I looked at the master plan. And Amy, this would be kind of a scope of work for the consultant question. There are a lot of statements like make downtown Lawrence more pedestrian friendly. I'm just picking an easy one here. And, you know, several things like that that are not addressed in terms of how you do that. And I think when I looked through it, I was missing, you know, okay, we want to do this, but how do you do it? How do other places, how have other places addressed a similar consideration and concern? And I'd probably say that would be a general comment that I would have. And I know that I looked through, I did watch some of the steering committee, and I think I'm probably echoing a few of their comments too, surprisingly, not surprisingly. But that would be a general comment I would have. And I think it's important for people like us and also the public to understand that how part of it and what the expectation should be. And I'm particularly interested in understanding a little bit more about the implementation section that you alluded to a few minutes ago. I don't recall that in the draft plan. Maybe I just didn't get there, but whether I saw it or not, could you talk a little bit about those two aspects of what's going on here?
Amy Miller, Assistant Planning and Development Services Director. I'll start with your second question. The matrix was not populated at this point. And the reason the implementation section was not populated at this point, the reason is because it was going to be an extensive amount of work for the consultant to pull those recommendations out of the draft if we were just going to change them through the comment period. You're basically having to change something in multiple different locations, and it was probably going to be a little hard to track. So the first part of your question, and yes, I have heard this from a few different people. The consultant, I promise, was not trying to hide anything, but a lot of these recommendations that I'm talking about are buried at the end of the paragraphs. And so I was just looking in the transportation section under access management. And they say traffic should be directed to alleys and efforts should be made to consolidate parking lots at the rear of buildings where possible. So those recommendations that we keep talking about are a little buried in text. The consultant and I have had a little bit of a conversation about maybe there's some different ways we could call those out. Maybe they're bolded, maybe, you know, look a little bit different. So I have heard that, and a lot of people have been missing them.
Thank you. That's very helpful. And I'll just put my 2 cents in on mass. I don't think closing Massachusetts is an all or none decision. I really think that it's more of which areas would be best served by either closing them permanently or temporarily. And I really think that, speaking as a transportation commissioner, that would provide more opportunities for active transportation if that were the case. And here I am, I'm going to stay at a high level, and, hopefully get away with it. But I think that those are the kinds of things that I think would be interesting, to look at the pockets, to look at where the restaurants and where the retail and where the various activities and may be that may allow us to make it more pedestrian oriented and more open to means of active transportation. That's just a general statement. And I just don't think it's a discussion about open or closing Mass from 6th to 11th Street. I'd like to see it be a little more vibrant than that, to serve what this group is interested in looking at 20, 30 years down the road.
Other comments from commissioners or questions? Nick?
Nick Kuzmiak, MMTC. This is one of those really specific ones that is maybe a little bit not directly related to the plan, but one of the things that I feel like I did see this in the actual draft plan was that there is a desire for public spaces, like a square or a performance center or something like that. And I think the consultants identified that as possibly being where Allen Press currently is, or the old LJ World site. I don't know if they identified that or if developers had, but there's been kind of talk about that because, American towns aren't laid out like Latin American towns are, where there's actually a public square and that's focal to kind of everything in there. We're kind of laid out along a street of commerce, like an English town. So, because of that, Lawrence didn't have one kind of built in. So to get that would take either, demolishing a building, converting a parking lot, or converting a street. So since there may be a fringe appetite out there, at least for pedestrianizing some of downtown, whether that be Massachusetts or something else, I'm going to tie this back to the beginning of our call here. And Amy, I don't know if you were on at that time, but we were talking about the downtown bus transfer facility along with the other one. And it seems to me like if you want to make it easy for buses, safe for bus riders, and, maybe just easier for active transportation and possibly provide a public square, then closing off just a single block of Vermont could do it. Now, I mean, I'm not saying this is an easy thing to do. I'm sure they would come up against quite a bit of opposition from people who drive or from those who own businesses on that block, for example. But just from a process standpoint, whose court is that ball in? Is that planning and development? Is that transportation? Who would actually, who would you go to start something like that?
Amy Miller, Assistant Planning and Development Services Director. You are correct. The plan does talk about our community facilities, is what they call it. That's the general overhead term. It talks about creating a permanent space for the farmers market to locate. That could be all weather. It talks about events downtown, street closures for events. It talks about creating permanent community spaces. You are correct in that it's throughout the plan, that general sentiment. In terms of if you wanted to make a request today to close a portion of a street downtown, it's probably a multidisciplinary approach. It probably involves multiple departments. You could probably start with Dave Cronin, and we would probably end up forming a little bit of a task force of staff and decide what channel it needs to go through.
Thanks. I think the part of the reason I bring it up too is, time is of the essence, right? All of a sudden there's this consultant-led effort underway to reimagine what bus transfers look like downtown. And they're currently kind of shoehorned on to a side of a street, which is fine. I mean, it's sort of worked for 8 years. But to kind of more holistically look at it, I think the consultant is probably hamstrung by what they can look at because they're only being able to approach it from a public transit angle, where if I think the overall transportation multimodal especially. And you know, the whole idea of planning out what the future of downtown might look like, if they were to expand their scope with who they're able to talk with and form a solution, I think we could get some really interesting results out of it. So I guess I don't know how to drive or urge that direction, but hopefully there's some kind of method for them to explore an option of actually closing a street to through traffic. Kind of a rambling way to suggest something, but is that the kind of thing that would take a task force to do, or a study session, or just a citizen comment? I don't even know where one would start there. Because I don't think the consultant realizes that they could maybe ask for that. I don't think they were explicitly told that in their RFQ or RFP.
Miller, Assistant Planning and Development Services Director. When you're referring to the consultant, are you referring to the consultant on the downtown transit, or are you referring to the consultant on the downtown master plan?
No, on the downtown transfer facility. Did you say that already? Yeah, on the downtown bus transfer facility. I think if they were aware that their options could be more flexible than originally thought, there could be some interesting solutions to, you know, trying to fit a transit center downtown.
So Nick, this is Pat Collette. So Nick, is your question that just whether or not that the consultant for PTAC actually was given any of those constraints? I mean, it seems like to me that probably was a constraint, you know, based on the alternatives that we saw, that you know, basically using a portion of the street rather than, you know, consideration for closing the whole street. But I don't know that for a fact. I don't know. Amy, do you know anything about that, or no?
Dave Cronin's the engineer. I don't believe they used closing the street as an option. I mean, they looked at existing parking lots, and then areas adjacent to parking lots, not adjacent to businesses, was the criteria they looked at.
So Nick, you have till June 24th to get that comment in.
I'll try.
Any other questions of Amy about the master plan? I don't see any, so we appreciate you being. Oh, here's a question from the public. Michael Alman. Yes, go ahead, Michael.
Ah, there. I'm sorry. Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Okay. I had messed up my audio. Yeah, I'm Michael Allman, and I probably should submit some comments to the, you know, the plan website itself. But I just wanted to point out here at the Transportation Commission, particularly, that what I read in the draft plan, I was rather disappointed how so far the consultant seems to have slighted bicycle transportation in any number of ways. And I'd like that to, I'd like bicycle transportation to be much more emphasized for several reasons. First of all, promoting bicycling downtown, and this could have connected to whether sections of Massachusetts are open or not, or closed. But by promoting bicycling downtown, we can very much alleviate motor vehicle pressure if more people are bicycling and fewer people are driving. That'll also alleviate parking scarcity. Parking which takes up an inordinate amount of space, which should really be more devoted to community activities and retail and gathering and, you know, what a community area is really intended for. And in some of the sections, I can't recall exactly where, there's 8 categories for public engagement sessions. During the public engagement sessions, that included references to a roadway network and a pedestrian network, but there's no reference to a bicycle network. I find that really odd. Or for example, and we'll probably talk about this in the next agenda item tonight, but they refer to a bridge across the Kansas River, but they call it a pedestrian bridge. Well, it's a multimedia bridge, if we're a multimodal bridge, if we're going to build it, you know, that it's just odd that they're not even thinking, and they're talking a lot about pedestrian, which is really good, but they're not thinking very much about bicycle transportation. I just find that very odd. So I wanted to bring that up here tonight at this body, but yeah, I should submit some comments to the website. So thanks for your time.
Thanks, Michael. Any other comments? All right, Amy, I'd like to thank you for being here tonight and talking about the master plan and providing those dates in terms of the extended public comment. That's helpful to know that and to be able to take another look at that master plan and submit comments. So thank you. Thanks for being here.
Thank you.
All right, we'll move on to the next agenda item, which is presentation from Riverfront and Center Group.
Yeah, this is Dave Cronin, city engineer. So we recently staff received a presentation from this Riverfront and Center Group that has some ideas for future improvements downtown, and we have attached to the memo some background information on the group and the members, and also some presentation slides. So I believe Kent Williams is on the call, and he was gonna provide a presentation, and I guess I would just ask if Steve or Kent or whoever wants to lead off. I'll just turn it over to one of you, and then we can share the screen if needed.
Okay, thanks, Dave. This is Steve Evans, and I'm stepping out of my MMTC role at the moment and have magically become part of the Riverfront and Center Group. And I'm just going to spend a few minutes, you know, with how we got to here and what all this means, hopefully. But I'd ask everybody to just kind of kick your feet up. We don't often get a chance to look at ideas and thinking like you're going to see tonight. We're often in the weeds, and that can be, I mean, that's our job, but I really appreciate the opportunity, as does our team, to show you some ideas that we have, which started last fall sometime, I think. Most of you know that I live in North Lawrence, and even before I moved out here, I went across the bridge a lot, biking and walking. And anybody that does that knows how frustrating it can be on Saturdays and Sundays when the levee's real busy and there's a lot of activity. So we thought, I thought I'd just get a group of people together that could talk just real simply about how can we get across the river? Can we hang something on the bridge, whatever? And we met in the area by City Hall, and the group included Michael Allman, Chris Tilden, Mike Myers, myself, and Kent Williams. And everybody chime in here if I'm missing anybody, but we started looking at where we were, and the bells really started ringing. Like there's so much going on here beyond just getting a bridge across the river or even just completing the loop. And those things include the historical pier associated with the hanging that took place in the 19th century. Certainly connections to City Hall, the Bowersock area, the Abe and Jake's area. And Kent's got some really great slides on just the cultural aspects of this area. And I really want everybody to think along the way in terms of the cultural part of this. We oftentimes get tasked with how do we get from point A to point B? And that's part of what we're going to be showing you. But why do we want to go from point A, maybe to some other point in between that may not be a direct, logical connection? There may be a reason to put the loop in a different location based on the cultural amenities and the future of this area in Lawrence. So we just started thinking, golly, let's put a group together, and our group includes architects, designers, advocates, people that know the history of Lawrence well and have lived here a long time. And Kent and I are relatively new, and people like Michael and Chris and Mike Myers have made comments, oh, well, we thought about that 10 years ago, And so some of this stuff is not just jumping out at us right now. Some of these things have evolved, gone to sleep, and we're trying to bring them back into focus. We started meeting with just stakeholders, and early on, as a citizen group, we just thought, let's go for it and let's see who we should talk to. We've talked with, these are just a few of the groups and people we've talked to, just to get input, to let them know what we're up to and what we're thinking, and to show them the presentation as it has evolved over the last several months. One of the first persons we talked to was Pauline Sharp, who is the Kansa tribe leader, who is dealing with the city quite a bit in terms of the sacred stone and what's going on there. We've met a couple of times with Carrie Altenburn, NAACP, among other groups, and heavily involved in the hanging memorial that's happening in this area. We've met with the business owners at Abe and Jake's and Bowersock, and had some really fun and lively conversations with them about this stuff. And in February, as Dave said, we had a Zoom call with, I think it was almost 15 city staff that included Jake, Dave, people from Park and Rec, and people from the city manager's office. And we kicked that meeting off similar to how we're doing tonight by saying, this is the time to dream and think big. We're professionals. We know that to make any of this happen is going to take, CIP discussions. We've been encouraged by folks commenting on how grants, $40, $50 million grants could come into play with some of the things that, some of the ideas that we have. But we did have a really good meeting with city staff in February, and I'm glad that Mark Hecker is with us tonight. Mark was designated our staff contact, and we've been keeping close contact with Mark throughout this process. We've met with the Lawrence Association of Neighborhoods just a few weeks ago. Michael and Kent had a nice meeting with them. And we've actually met with all 5 of the city commissioners on separate occasions. So we've really kind of been around the world in the city with showing this information. And before I pass the baton over to the others in our group, I want to make everybody aware that this is a pro bono effort, and it's provided to the city of Lawrence to do whatever they want to do with it. We don't have a stop date. We're going to continue to do things like we're doing tonight, and working with the city manager's office and city staff and Mark in terms of how our group can keep moving this forward with a pro bono effort, or perhaps some other something subsequent to that down the road. So that's my intro, and I think most everybody knows Chris and Michael and Mike, and you'll get to know Kent Williams very well in about the next hour or so. But I do want to give Chris and Michael and Mark the opportunity to just say a few things that are on your mind and what this means to you before we hand it over to Kent. So Chris.
Yeah, thanks, Steve. Well, I'll just leave it and say that, we've been talking about the loop for a long time. There, with the downtown master plan coming to fruition, potentially federal funding in the way of infrastructure, I think that the timing is really right for this kind of discussion. So I'm happy to be part of it. Thanks for having us.
Thanks, Chris. Michael?
Hi, Michael Allman. I think I'll pass right now and reserve my comments till later if I could.
That's fine. That's fine.
Yeah, okay.
Mark, do you have anything to introduce us to here?
Mark Hecker, Assistant Director of Parks and Rec. No, not really. It's been a fun kind of process we've been going through, because every time we meet with a different group, you get a little different take on what people are thinking and what they see. So, and I think Kent and Steve have done a good job of just morphing the presentation a little bit as we go through it. So it's been a fun process. Don't know where it's going to end, but it's kind of fun to play with.
Well, thank you, Mark. Well, I will just say very briefly that Kent is an architect and a public artist. His main practice has been in Wichita for several years, but he's recently moved to Lawrence, lives in the Pinckney neighborhood. And I think we did send a link out. If we haven't, I think it'd be good to, as you imagine some of this stuff, to see the work that Kent has done in the past. And we really want you to think big with us here and have some fun with this. And Kent, I'll hand it over to you, and feel free to introduce yourself to a greater extent than I did.
Well, thank you, Steve. And thank you all for your service to Lawrence, as exemplified by everything you've been discussing this evening. It's been interesting for me to be able to listen in to the breadth of what you're considering, and I appreciate that consideration and service. So yeah, I've been in Pinckney for a couple years. I've been on the periphery of Lawrence for 13 years, up in Jefferson County, commuting between Country Place there and Wichita. So in brief, I think what I have tried to bring to our team is some fresh eyes to some experienced eyes, as far as how the rest of our Riverfront and Center team has seen and contributed over significantly greater time span than the 13 years I've been paying attention here. But once I really landed in the neighborhood and started getting a sense of Lawrence from the point of view of both the technical and the aesthetic opportunities that places have, I'm not patterned to accept anything as normal because I haven't been here long enough for patterns to grab hold. So I see things and question them and then bounce those questions off of my team members. And the result is a series of big what ifs. And the initial what if was, how do we close the loop? And how do we give connectivity to things, especially in this unique location where a major urban area is, and its fantastic downtown core is so very close to the river and the larger river corridor that is the Conza River Valley. May I please share screen, Dave, and start showing some things? Great. Okay. Well, here's a diagram of the loop that circumnavigates most of Lawrence proper. And you can see how the area right around the 59 highway, Twin Bridges, over to approximately the Santa Fe Depot is in planning. Well, this is kind of the area where we really started looking, and as Steve said, but with an eye on getting across the river. So our exploration really began with the Lawrence Loop, with the awareness of downtown, the area around City Hall, the green spaces and parks that further expand this area of consideration, the bike bed bridge to North Lawrence, or river access and community and culture. This slide shows the general area that we've been investigating. The augmented slide here shows a couple things that we've added more recently that weren't really a part of our original discovery of what ifs, and that we want to bookmark these as important for a few reasons. The two areas in blue just sort of represent arrival potentials where people touch down into the downtown area, heading from north to south, having crossed the river, and the backdrop views in this larger lozenge of blue. The other two things that we're pointing out here is the 7th Street connectivity as a very viable option along the ground to, again, be another pathway of closing the loop. And then also here between Constant and Watson Parks, a connection under the river, under 6th Street. This is has some clock sensitivity potentially because there are CIP major drainage projects happening in this area that sometimes give us an opportunity to say, hey, is it possible to do one surgery instead of 2 surgeries by readjusting the timing of priorities and related possibilities? So here's a quick overview of what we really have done. This is looking at a little more focused part of our study area. And all of these pathways that we're looking at here are not what we're proposing. This is really just a menu of opportunities that we've looked at enough to determine their general feasibility. The major challenges that we addressed to ensure there was feasibility were things like head height underneath the twin bridges, things like appropriate grade separation to achieve a crossing of the rail corridor, etc. And I just want to give you this quick overview, and now we'll dive into how we got there. This slide shows the asset at the core of all of this is the Kaw River. This slide shows how the margins of that river, both riparian and other park and public space, here in green, it's a significant asset of public land. Then, as you guys well know, the reality of how we function has this amazing web of infrastructure. And here we are laying over the sort of primary transit infrastructure asset, roads, primarily the vehicular component of how we move about. And this slide shows where there are major conflicts, where people intersect with cars without safe passage, where train tracks intersect parkway without control. And I'm not saying that that's bad. It simply is a conflict. And in some cases, it's best to do nothing. In some cases, it's best to look at the host of augmentation or adjustment possibility. Now, back to what Steve was mentioning earlier, once we really started looking, this is a short list of 18 things pointed out that are already happening, that are assets that demonstrate vitality, inertia in this area. And again, these are all wins. And this is why it's been so important to us to share this as broadly and sort of openly as possible, to start engaging people that others that have invested and thought about their area of preference or area of consideration or action in this area. This slide then takes those same sets of assets, some are technical, some are aesthetic and or cultural, and we start creating a matrix that sets up an area analysis that prioritizes and starts grouping the cultural assets that are in a place. And part of what I do as a public artist is I need to speak the language of engineering in order to infuse, or in order to have a seat at the table, frankly. But what I really bring is an aesthetics language that works with that technical language so that we can get both. We can get a balance of technical solutions with cultural meaning, with humanity. This shows a quick overview of what we're going to jump right now for a moment into our 3D model, so you can see in real time as we've been exploring this area. And tools like this help everyone see things with fresh eyes, because we're looking at this from 500 feet above. Now we're down to 250. And here we are looking north. Twin Bridges, obviously. We're floating roughly over 7th Street and Mass. And for the first look here, we're just gonna circumnavigate the area and start noticing things we already know, but we're looking at it in a little bit of a new way here. Again, all of these colored ribbons are potentials. We're not suggesting that 14 pathways need to happen, but we would like to see several of these be seriously considered as major assets that pay extremely large dividends. So here we're looking back toward downtown, floating over Bircham Park. This is an interesting slide. We can sort of now start modulating our area of consideration into 3 basic components. And here in front of us is the open space of Bircham Park, which is an interesting contrast to the heavily built historic and latter-day structures and edges, starting with Bowersock, Abe and Jake's, followed by the riverfront development of the 80s. Lots of hard edges, lots of textures, lots of man-made, lots of history, and a very constrained rail corridor, which, contrasting again to the Bircham Park, a very one-sided constraint, but otherwise open rail corridor. And of course, City Hall, almost in the middle of all of this. Here you look down and see the rail corridor slicing right through all of this. So all these fantastic east-west axes and north-south axes, not to mention the organic river axis. So here we zoom into the center area, And we are at Robinson Park, which is, so as Steve mentioned, dealing with the great efforts of the Kaw Nation with Dave Lowenstein, and a lot of energy is being thought about right now, what to do with the boulder. We call this segment here the Big Loop. It takes you to this central spiral, which we call the helix. So this helix unifies things over the vertical axis to a pedestrian bridge across and to a lower pathway that we call the powerhouse. It takes us around. And then the yellow, what we're looking at right here, we call the oxbow. And this is one of those ideas that's been around for the better part of 10 years. I think originally conceived by Mike Myers. He actually went out with old school survey gear and ensured that clearances are in fact doable, feasible at this location for this oxbow tuck under. And all we've really done is laid in what Mike had schematically designed 9 or so years ago, including this potential lookout, which addresses this really unique space. This space is really about airspace as much as it is landed space, because your views are set up and margined and sort of forced perspectived by the twin bridges. I'm going to back out on this slide just a little bit if I can. We call this this orange path here, the wishbone. It does a couple things. It solves the critical grade separation problem by launching you from over here in the meadow at Bircham Park, up and over the track, bringing you back down, up toward Constant Park. And all of these green pathways, some of these already exist. They're just mixed use or multi-use pathways that are in place now. But as far as the larger diagram we're looking at goes, all of the green indicates a pathway that is at grade and more or less in place. So now we're sort of flying through where things start getting built out and constrained. You see how, let me back out just a little bit again. Here our Oxbow takes you back up to 6th Street. And then it also peels off with this orange path, the City Hall path, which takes you between City Hall and this wonderful relic of grain storage silos of yesteryear, which I think is a fantastic example of adaptive reuse. Now this is really just a fantastic abutment wall, or I'm sorry, a landholder. And then we're showing here at this green line to the north of the train tracks, that's the thoroughfare that is there now. This dotted line that goes across the parking garage is indicating a lower level investment of parking spaces potentially to become multi-use path. This orange continuing past the City Hall is what we call the narrow woods. There is enough room to go through this area until you get to the very eastern end, where there would need to be a porting of the parking garage to safely get the bike path or multi-use path around that tight corner. You can see the green surface path here, meandering, and then reconnecting back over toward the final approach, getting you to the Santa Fe Depot. Now we're going to take a cruise along the backside of the Big Edge being the hotel and the riverfront compound. And we're showing, I have to always explain here, I never put stock images of people having fun in the graphics that I create, unless it makes an ironic point. This is what an area riverfront really should be, because the potential is self-evident. Yet this area, affectionately called the Promenade, it hurts my heart to see an area as uninviting as this one. And this is a result of decisions made a generation ago. The people that made these decisions aren't around to defend them. So I want to be sensitive to my critique of such choices. However, choices were made that did not give legitimate consideration to humans' access to the river, did not give legitimate consideration to what is important to the public. These decisions were made based on bottom line return on someone's dollar investments. And then we get used to that and it becomes a normal thing in our built environment. So we've ported that. We're daylighting what was a dead end schematically. And we had to do that to justify some of our favorite solutions in connecting the loop in ways that are a lot of fun, like the powerhouse fly around. This takes you over the dam. This takes you around the powerhouse. This lands you at the former cul-de-sac of the promenade. And that made a lot of sense to us. And we showed that, but then we still had to say, but what if we sliced through a contiguous space of hard edge without public access or permeability and surgically installed that? And I think that's why I can justify showing people there in a rendering, because with an intervention like this, it isn't selling the idea of kids with balloons and parents with strollers. It would happen. It is a legitimate device versus a marketing only device. So here again, you see our helix with the connection across. We looked at multiple possibilities, and this was really just the one that sort of rose to the top for us. We looked at 4 or 5 different solutions getting to North Lawrence, and I think those are all probably still valid. But we really just wanted to show one favorite at this point. So we chose the one that engaged the central segment of the project site. This view shows where people arriving, and these bridges they're wonderful structures in that they function technically. They don't have a lot of aesthetic consideration, but they do amazing things technically. Thank goodness they have some very narrow pedestrian and bike crossing, unlike the bridges downstream. Until you get to Kansas City, there is no pedestrian or bike amenity at DeSoto, etc. It is 100% vehicle only. Humans in cars have access. Humans without cars simply do not. And then here we pull back again to see this host of opportunity again. And then I'm going to pull back to how this breaks down. So we start looking at this large project site and we start saying, well, gosh, here's 18 different possible pathways that we really can break down into 7 or 8 segments. And each of those becomes a manageable size problem technically. Now, I'm going to take a quick shift back to the cultural side. We know we can solve these problems technically. We're really good at that. What we're not really good at doing is infusing solutions for our tougher social, environmental, and historical issues and questions of the present. And these things are boiling to the surface in ways now that the opportunity to conjoin technical and aesthetic problem solving. I've never been more excited about the opportunities because people are aware of the complexity of both sides of the formula and are hungry for solutions more on the cultural side, because we've just sort of taken for granted the power of the technical solution. So I am an advocate for the engagement of art and education, storytelling, etc., with best engineering solutions. What this does is it creates unique solutions that not only check all the boxes technically, but they create very positive, memorable experiences that reinforce fabric of community, because we then collectively have these experiences as citizens with proximity, and then we are the host to sharing these experiences to the people that visit already. And things like this enhance the amount of tourism by significant factors. The Americans for the Arts has done studies pointing out where the return on dollars for these things it's truly unbelievable how these investments turn into money into our tax coffers. So some of the key things culturally that have risen to the top are all the things surrounding the indigenous voices. Case in point, the Shunganunga Boulder. That ties into our larger history, which is the foundation of our living culture. And then we keep coming back to the river, our ecology, and the abundance that the natural resources are when we respect them. This is a short list here at the bottom of types of destination projects that could be fused with every bite-sized piece of what we're proposing within the larger system. This upper line of photographs just sort of shows examples of similar built projects around the world. I won't get into detail on these now, but what we're doing, we're not reinventing the wheel here. We're really just looking at exposing the opportunities and the big what ifs, and then showing examples of where it's been realized and a little bit of how. This is a diagram I use to explain how culture and context marry with engineering and feasibility and budget. There's a synthesis there where we build a team of aesthetic and technical professionals, and the real drivers are networks of public, private, and foundation stewards. And then a couple case studies. Here is a case study that's about 12 years old in the making. This is the Confluence Project. It's along the Columbia River. It's served by both Washington State and Oregon State agencies and private sector foundations. Each of these communities are nodes along the Columbia River, and none of them have the vitality of Lawrence. They don't. They're wonderful communities, but you have to go 10 miles off this map to get to Portland, just to give you a point of view of the relevance. Here's one example of 6 projects along that Columbia River project. This is John Paul Jones, Lillian Pitt, and Maya Lynn's Vancouver Land Bridge, and that's Vancouver, South Washington. The similarity of this was germane to our project, as we keep talking about, well, the original part of this was closing the loop and crossing the Kaw River. As John Paul Jones says here, the land bridge is a real link connecting back to the Clinkton Trail, Lewis Clark, and the development of the Northwest. It completes a circle that had been broken. Could have just been, a T-post bridge, right? That technically would have solved the problem. But instead, when we engage a balance between the technical and the aesthetic, you get things that are destinations that resonate and that pay back. And this slide really just shows the abundance of wonderful that is already in this area. I love this slide here. this pulp masher is like a hidden gem. People that have lived in Lawrence for 10 times longer than I have are sort of rediscovering this now when we show this to them. It just is, sometimes context is everything. And the context of this particular fantastic artifact limits its accessibility to any real audience. And not that there's something great about, you know, the magic of discovering something on your own without it being on a map. So that certainly has value too, but I don't think that was its original intention. And again, here, this is an example of the abutment from the former bridge crossing the Kaw that is such a poignant element ripe for the picking for the Hanging Memorial Project. How can we help that project go beyond a plaque and actually create a dynamic place where you engage that element to host a lookout where you can actually escape the context of the hustle and bustle around you and really visualize and feel the impact and participate in the healing process. Hey, I'm done with my part. That's a quick overview of what we've been looking at. Did I miss anything, team members, from our typical share that you'd like to fill in?
Well, I think it'd be, Michael, you had some stuff to fill in. I may have here in a second, but I would like to, you know, get through our group quickly so we can get some feedback. Michael, are you out there?
Yeah, I'm here.
Okay.
Okay, I'll take this opportunity. Thank you. Very nice, Kent. Very nice. I think your presentation gets better all the time. Now that y'all have seen the slides that Kent has assembled, I just want you to kind of think of this in some terms that we'll put it in a context. Like for millennia, humans have gravitated towards rivers and built their settlements along rivers, and Lawrence is no different. Kent frequently points out how the Kansas River is the principal asset of our city. We really wouldn't survive here without that river. And that's beyond just being a water supply. So when we started working on the different aspects of this proposal, we thought in terms of it being a center, like that's why part of the name refers to it as a center. The center, that space between the bridges, the center of activity in downtown, the center of governance at City Hall. There's so many different ways that we can think of the center here, and the river, of course, is one of the main ones. So we started thinking in terms of all those aspects and the connectivity between them. And that's really what so many of these different elements reflect: the connectivity to the river, connectivity to downtown, multimodal connectivity, whether pedestrian or bicycle connectivity, connectivity from the loop to downtown, to adjoining neighborhoods, across the river to downtown north. Downtown north being the area where Johnny's is, for example. That's technically, legally, as far as the planning department is concerned, that's downtown as well. So it's the connectivity with the cultural aspects, the multiple green spaces, both east and west and north and south. That's kind of what we've focused on. But more specifically, when we think of the loop, and none of this discussion could take place without considering the loop, because it's coming through here one way or another. But unlike other areas of the Lawrence Loop, which are primarily in outlying areas of Lawrence, big wide open tree and filled areas, this part of the loop is unique in its characteristic of being in a congested urban area. It's going to serve a very different purpose when it comes through here. So that's why we've come up with so many different options, because we have to thread that needle that not only acknowledges that the loop is going to function not as a thoroughfare so much as a connection. If it takes the route along the promenade, for example, it's going to be intermingled with the pedestrian activity on the promenade, the pedestrian activity at Abe and Jake's. They're just now engaged in building that connection, that recreation area with river access. People can't be, touring bicyclists aren't going to be able to go along this promenade at 35 miles an hour. It's just not going to work. So we might consider how that is one option, and then there's a secondary, like think of it as when a highway comes through a city, there's the circumferential route, speedway around the city, and then there's the business route, the slow route, the route that has access right through the city. So we may want to build two kinds of loops, two kinds of connections. So I just wanted to mention, that we have to look at this in so many different layers: cultural, functional, transportation, access to the river, all these different ways, and try to fit all the different parts of the puzzle together. So I hope that all that resonated and that you can see the different perspectives on what we're trying to do here.
Thank you, Michael. That was great. Chris, do you have anything to chime in with at this stage?
I guess the only other thing I would add in terms of thinking about context, I noted that the first presentation of the proposed capital improvement plan is on the agenda for the City Commission tomorrow evening. Kudos to Parks and Recreation and Mr. Hecker, who I think was very much involved in proposing that downtown sections of the loop be included in the CIP, and those look to be funded, which is awesome. The alignment study of a couple of years ago, I know that kind of the preferred option was the green alignment down along the railroad track, which I think at this point has been kind of ruled out as a feasible option. So I imagine one discussion, given the complexity of the planning, might be ensuring that in the budget process, that there is both time and room to kind of envision what step one would be. Like Michael said, I would love to see and could envision us maybe not building out this entire network, but multiple pieces of this network in the future. But as a first step, it would be great for us to think about how we can build, in the next couple of years, that first section of the loop that gets folks to and through downtown.
Well, I think I'm going to defer to Pat and the commission at this stage, and we can, hear from you guys and if there's any public comment, we'd be happy to hear that too.
Hey, this is Commissioner Collette. Thanks so much for that presentation. It was fun to look at the materials that we got in advance of the meeting, but even more exciting to see the presentation with the multiple views of the site. That's something that you don't get all the time in terms of being able to see it from a lot of different angles and really get a sense of what it feels like. And I think the other thing for me was just understanding a little bit more the multiple routes that, not necessarily proposing all of those, but that as different options. And, as a frequent user of the loop and going, through the different routes through downtown and through that area, it's really exciting to see some possibilities there. Are there other questions or comments from commissioners? I guess one question I have, is, you've talked about the extensive engagement process that you've had. What are your thoughts about, kind of what some of the next steps will be, kind of the immediate next steps?
Kent, go ahead if you want to. I'll chime in too.
Okay, great. I'll take it. The quick answer I have is I think the main next step would be to create a hierarchy of right now we've got a bowl of spaghetti pathways here. And I think we need to start refining that with a preferred set of options, so that we're not looking at, 4 or 5 possibilities per segment, but 2 or 3, which then starts giving us a little bit more of a realistic picture of what is the essential target for an intervention like this. And so coming up with a little bit more distilled version of these pathways based on the feedback that we get from everyone that has had a chance to see this and digest it, because it does take a little while to digest this and say, well, boy, this is my favorite. This is the one I think, this is the route or the 2 routes that I think is best. And I think an epiphany that I had after we'd been looking at this for a long time, and this speaks to what Mike Allman was saying, is the initial idea was to close the circle, to close the Big Lawrence Loop. But now we're seeing what the real opportunity is to create big loop closure with a small loop itself. And that small loop is the loop that connects downtown to the river in an absolutely beautiful and seamless and unencumbered way.
I would add to that like we said in our intro, we don't really have a stop date, but I think you can see that the level of development we have now is a little beyond conceptual. And this is fun for us. And it's fun to imagine all of this. It's fun to engage people in the community. I do think we have a point where the city staff and the city manager's office need to figure out what the next steps could be. And we've had discussions, like I said earlier, about grants and, the materials that you would need to do big things. Like, Ken, if you could just stay on that view, for instance, you look at the helix and getting across the river. Well, what you see there, could be a work of art as it is now, but it could also be something that would be developed into literally a sculptural, imaginative way to get from, the river level up to the area around Robinson Park and downtown. And it's so visible in coming into Lawrence and leaving Lawrence that could actually be the identity for the city in the future. Just that little area right now, right there. Going across the river, we didn't talk about it a lot, but we have the ability to develop small areas for, standing, sitting, eating lunch, whatever, and gazing out on the river and really becoming engaged in the river. So I think, the imagination can go, a million miles an hour with this. But I do think we're probably going to reach a point where, the folks from the city will need to reach out and let us know where they want us to take it from here. We hope to continue to do that. We really want to do that.
If I may add, this is Michael. Is that okay?
Yes, please. Sure. Yes.
Okay.
Sure.
Okay. I think, when the city is addressing some sort of major undertaking, a development or a program of whatever, they typically hire a consultant. And it seems to me, at least, that the detail of what we're talking about here is kind of beyond the Halcyon Levine downtown master plan, other than them referencing it, which I think they should reference this. But there's so much more detail than that I think would be accommodated in that plan. I think it deserves to have its own consultant study to evaluate technically, budget-wise, all the various aspects of these different alignments. Maybe the Multimodal Transportation Commission could propose that MSO look into hiring a consultant.
And, this did remind me back in February when we did have our staff meeting, Craig Owens and Diane Stoddard and people from the city manager's office were in that Zoom meeting. And when we spoke about dreaming and envisioning, Craig Owens made the comment that things like this happen a lot around the country because of citizens groups that get excited about an idea and bring it forward and develop it. And that's what we're thinking and hoping too, that this can, this is something that has earned our focus, whereas a downtown master plan, just by the nature of it, would be more general and, a little higher level. But this is how, and Craig mentioned parks in Chicago and, some specific things that happened because of citizen groups and advocacy groups that came forward and proposed stuff like this. And that's why I'm always like, let's find a big grant somewhere and go get it and do some of this stuff.
This is Commissioner Collette. I think the inclusion of the cultural and historic aspects of it to make it really exciting. When you look at the master plan, they're proposing, alternatives there were like an 8-foot or 10-foot, multi-use path along the side of the bridge of each of the bridges, so this is, the kinds of elements that are incorporated in this really, take a, really consider the historical aspects and cultural aspects. And I find it really, really interesting. And, I think captures people's imagination.
Well, I'm sure I won't do it justice, but we did have a meeting with the Friends of the Call. And I believe the director, and Chris helped me out here, but Dawn Bueller is the river keeper. And she's closely connected, obviously, with the river and has spent considerable time with the Kansas tribe and looking at the history of the river in a spiritual nature connected to, you know, the Native Americans in this area. And you know, I like I said, I can't do her justice, but to hear someone like that talk about how that can affect the very thing we're talking about, literally, in terms of why you do things, the stories you tell, the history of the area that has been pretty unrecognized over the years. I hate to admit it, the first time I was in Robinson Park, and I started coming to Lawrence in the 60s, was about last November. And I think one of the reasons I didn't want to get killed going across the streets is maybe one reason I didn't go over there. But if you go in that park, you'll feel the nature of the Native American spirit that's in that location. And to hear somebody like Don Bueller talk about the river and their aspect of all of this really, it really blew me away totally. So those are the kinds of things that are still evolving. You know, we have, you know, just a seed here, but we have a seed of something that could be pretty incredible.
Tom Allen, MMTC. I think another good case study would be the 11th Street Bridge Park project in DC. And I applaud the imagery, and I think that really helps us connect to the idea of the vision. But as you're talking about maybe like the next steps with grants and things like that, the 11th Street Bridge Park project does a good job. I think there are 4 buckets that they break into. I think it's health, sustainability, equity, and economics. And so maybe going from the designer lens to what those other new lenses could be, because then those could easily become tethered into these ideas of the grants and different things that are going on through those, right? So, you know, as you were talking about the arts, you know, you have NEA grants, or I'm thinking of some of the other things that you could start to think about other areas of opportunity that are more at the urban scale, or kind of like our river scale, right? Which would be the new decommissioning of the Evergy plant. You know, I think you could start to also look into how some of these things could tie into this area as well. So this area is just yet another catalyst in this area. And, you know, something like that could open up to the civilian conservation corps and some of these different things that are coming online. So those are my quick thoughts on this. But I like the design phases, and I think that, again, the 11th Street Bridge Park project created a good system of buckets that really, I think, in a way, almost no longer is even about the design of the project, but those things that it's created around that. So thank you.
Those are great points. Thank you, Tom.
Yeah, that would be. Well, Pat, that would be a good answer to the next steps.
Okay.
How do we do this? How do we quit dreaming and make some of this happen?
Yeah, look for the funding sources that
Yeah.
move this forward. Yeah.
Yeah.
All right. Well, thank you so much for this presentation tonight. It's been really informative, and you know, I hope that we can, you know, see more about this in the future and see how we might be involved.
Thank you, Pat, and
And
everybody.
Steve and Chris and Michael and all of you for making the presentation tonight. Appreciate it.
Very welcome. Thanks for the opportunity.
Thank you.
Thank you too.
Right. We'll move on to staff items. receive the update on the 2021 sidewalk improvement program.
Good evening, commissioners. Jake Baldwin, Engineering Program Manager for MSO. I apologize right at the start because this topic is not going to be quite as exciting as exploring those different renderings on the loop. But we do need to give you an update on our sidewalk improvement program and briefly going through the text of the memo. Basically, inspections happened earlier this year. And when we got into it, conditions were worse than what was expected. I think anecdotally, we knew that these priority routes that, we worked out over the past year were going to be, some of the worst ones we got into. But actually, in actuality, seeing the inspections, what we came to discover is a lot of these sidewalk segments were really not good candidates for spot repairs like our sidewalk improvement program has done in the previous 2 phases of the project. So what we're looking at is proceeding with kind of a 2-pronged approach. And I guess before I get into that, I'll share screens here just to show you the map that was included. So very briefly, the map you're seeing here is got red line segments and blue line segments. The blue line segments are going to represent sidewalk segments where staff views that repairs can still happen in line with what we've done in the past with the sidewalk improvement program. And the sidewalk segments, the line work in red is going to be sidewalk segments where we think we need to evaluate a little further to see if we need to completely reconstruct these sidewalk segments. Should we do a reconstruction, we're looking at being completely ADA compliant, which means we're really doing block end to block end sidewalks versus that repair project where we're replacing single panels or 2 here, 3 there. The red segments are representing a sidewalk where we think we need to go block end to block end. This is beyond the scope of the sidewalk improvement program, so we'd have to look for some, I guess, a different avenue of funding to tackle these. And we would probably be looking at a resolution from the city commission dictating that the sidewalk or the certain sidewalk segments need reconstruction and to proceed in that manner. I guess the 2 last things I was going to mention is the memo states the notification letters were sent out at the end of May, and that has still not happened yet. Waiting on a review from the city manager's office before we get those sent out, but I'm hoping to do that here very shortly. We'll be sending basically a different letter to each of these groups, either telling them, hey, we're looking at doing the repair project, or it be year and what we want to evaluate further for reconstruction. So to let people know what's going on, what the changes are, and what to expect. And then to further that communication, there's a virtual open house scheduled for Wednesday from 4 to 6 o'clock, where I'll make a similar presentation to what I've done tonight and allow the public to come in and ask whatever questions they might have. And I guess with that, I'd be happy to take any questions you all have.
Thank you, Zach, MMTC. Hey, Jake, sorry if I missed this. Are some of these sidewalks in brick sections? And if so, are we waiting for the results of the brick task force before proceeding with this?
Jake Baldwin, Engineering Program Manager. No, there are no brick sidewalks here. Some of the sidewalk segments that we originally identified did have some brick in them, and we took those out of the inspections as we found them. So okay. There may be a few brick properties in some of these, but we would not be touching them with whatever program we've got here.
Okay, so in that case, is the city basically waiting until the I guess brick task force has done its due diligence first?
Yep, Jake Baldwin, MSO, yes, that's correct. We still need to wait on the brick policy group to come up with their policy standards and specifications.
Okay, sounds good. Thanks for the update.
Any other questions of Jake? Jake, just to reiterate, the blue sections are the ones that will be going out to property owners. Is that what you said?
Jake Baldwin, Engineering Project Program Manager. Yes, the blue line segments are what we will be going forward with a construction project this year to repair sidewalks. Okay. And I would anticipate fall construction into probably next year because of the scope of that blue line work. What you're seeing there is probably twice as large as what we tackled last year in terms of just square footage repairs.
Thank you. Other questions? What do you anticipate? This is Commissioner Collette. What do you anticipate in terms of the red sections and going, getting a resolution from the commissioners with alternative funding? What would that look like? I mean, in terms of alternative funding?
Jake Baldwin, Engineering Program Manager. I think that's probably going to have to be part of the CIP process. I don't know if that was discussed in what has been presented or drafted here recently. We do have the option, I think, this year of asking to use some of our funding that's been set aside. So I think there's a little over $2 million in the program this year. And completely rough estimate, I think about $1 million or a little over $1 million is going to be needed for this repair project. So that does leave kind of a gap there of money that won't be spent on repairs. And I think the idea may be to use some of that funding to identify and design some of these priority routes, in hoping to achieve reconstruction possibly next year after design is done. A lot of those details haven't really been worked out yet, but we would have to get engineering design on all those reconstruction segments to make sure they're going to be ADA compliant. And that's going to take some time, some effort, and again, some additional funding.
Okay, thank you. Other questions of Jake? All right, thank you very much. Appreciate the update. Let's move forward to commission items, PTAC update. Well, we have both PTAC update and the Transit Redesign Committee update. I'm not sure well, go ahead, Nick, with the PTAC update.
Kuzmiak, MMTC. I think what you saw is really what's the most important thing right now. So that basically covers it for PTAC. But if you don't mind, I did have another commission item that has come up.
Sure.
So as most of you know at this point, the 2022 to 2026 CIP has been released as of, I think, last Friday or something, pretty recently. And there's a whole slew of projects on there, a lot of which do actually apply to us. What I was curious about, and I don't know if this is something that, staff on this call has in their power, but there's a couple of projects that were unfunded, of course, including all of the resident request projects. And while there is generally a decent amount of transparency in terms of how different projects are scored and ranked, there wasn't really any transparency on why projects got rejected and the justification for that and how individual projects scored on a more granular basis. So for example, if something got a 36, like, all right, well, on the more qualitative and subjective metrics, how did it actually score? So I don't know. I think since a lot of the resident request projects were bike paths, a lot of them by Michael Allman, I think that does kind of intersect with what we do here. So I guess if it's possible, Dave, I don't know if you were involved in any of the grading or scoring, if that was all in the finance department, but I mean, if you have any initial comments, I'd be curious on your thoughts. I think we did cover a decent amount of this at the last meeting. There was some kind of spreadsheet that indicated why certain proposed projects on the NMPPP weren't included, but I don't know. Thoughts on the scoring overall?
Yeah, Dave Cronin, city engineer, wasn't involved in all of the scoring for all of the projects and all of the different categories, but overall, I think the scores were used as a guideline to develop the 5-year CIP, and I would, I would wait till it gets presented tomorrow night, and if you have additional questions after the presentation, city commission meeting, then that would probably be more appropriate for the city manager's office or Danielle Bushcutter in finance.
That makes sense. Thanks.
Thank you. Other commission items? Anyone else have anything? All right. Let's move on to the calendar.
Dave Cronin, city engineer. So for July, with the holiday, July 4th being on a Sunday, the Monday, July 5th is a public holiday, so we've moved the meeting to Wednesday, July the 7th. So that's just one note, just as a reminder. For the study session item, we were shooting to have the Your Turn Forum on equity. And then on the regular meeting, the Naismith 19th to 23rd Street field check plans for the sidewalk / shared use path there on the east side of the street. In August, kind of put a placeholder for the bike security, bike theft data discussion. So I've discussed that with PD to get some data on bike theft and see if we can have a conversation on that for the study session in August. So those are a couple of things that are coming up, and then as we're able to look back at reviewing the earlier discussion tonight on the adult crossing guard criteria, we'll pencil that in for July 7th or August the 2nd, if not July. So that is all I have on calendar.
Great, thank you. Any questions for Dave? Steve?
Yeah, Dave, the Your Turn Forum, equity and transportation decision making. Do you have some folks lined up for that? What are our plans for that?
Dave Cronin, city engineer. We need to get another meeting together with staff and get that lined up. So I do not have a lineup today to present for that.
Sounds good.
Okay, other questions? All right, well, it looks like you can entertain a motion to adjourn. We can stay on some more if you want.
Make MMTC a motion that we adjourn.
Okay, and Steve, are you seconding that?
Yes, I am seconding that.
Okay, great, thanks. All in favor, just raise your hands. I think we've established that we can do that. All right, well, we'll see you all back on Wednesday, July 7th. Thanks so much.
Thanks.
Good discussion tonight.